Well, good morning. It's 5 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. CMA Fest kicks off at 10:30 this morning, and organizers are saying 90,000 people are expected to attend each day through the weekend.
Safety is first and foremost our number one concern, even more important than putting on good shows. So for months, our security team has been working closely with MNPD, TBI, FBI, Homeland Security, in plans and tabletop exercises to be sure that we're prepared for anything.
Now, Metro Police are saying hundreds of officers will be patrolling both sides of the river to make sure that everyone is safe. And if you see something, say something to police or CMA Fest staff. Best way to stay on top of CMA Fest news and activities is to download the CMA Connect app. You'll get push notifications on when stages are at capacity or any severe weather threats. Stick around, too, for Stefano's forecast, which is coming up right after the news. President Trump has signed a proclamation that bans people from a dozen countries across Africa, Asia, and the Caribbean, and the Middle East, too, from entering the U.S. He's also pushing for more details on President Biden's mental health.
President Trump calling on his Attorney General Pam Bondi to conduct an investigation into whether President Biden's administration sought to conspire to cover up his mental state while in office. It's a significant escalation for the White House. It directs the Justice Department to formally investigate the 82-year-old former president's use of the auto pen signature system to sign pardons right before leaving office. Alex Perche, ABC News, Washington.
Market Numbers now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Here's Michelle Franzen.
A mixed bag as a muted jobs report from payroll processing firm ADP projects just 37,000 private sector jobs were created the month of May. That's the lowest since March of 2023. The Dow closing 91 points down, with the S&P closing 1 point higher, and the Nasdaq at 61 points up. Amazon announced a plan to invest $10 billion towards building a campus in North Carolina to expand cloud computing and its artificial intelligence infrastructure. North Carolina's Governor Josh Stein calls the investment one of the largest in state history, and it's estimated to bring around 500 jobs to the area. Officials have issued a public health alert for vacuum-packed packages of organic rancher ground beef sold at Whole Foods, warning they could be tainted with E. coli. Food safety experts urge consumers to check the refrigerators and freezers for the affected batch. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
Stock futures this morning, little changed. We've got Dow futures up 29 points, the Nasdaq futures gaining 2, and the S&P futures up just a point. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Well, we've got closures for CMA Fest in downtown Nashville this morning. Too many to mention. Just know that you may run into some closures, some road closures as you travel around downtown Nashville today. Also on the North Loop, we've got a blockage for road work on 65 southbound. It's between I-24 North and Rosa Parks Boulevard. And then there's road work in Talbot's Corner as well. That also on 65 southbound off-ramp to I-65 North Loop. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.506, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And welcome on in to your Thursday, June 5th. Hope you are doing well. I cannot wait. First of all, Joan Jones, welcome back.
Thanks.
So glad to have you back. You were missed. And it's been a while since you and I have been working together because I was gone for like a week. And now you were gone, and now you're back here on a Thursday, just in time for the CMA Fest. Now, here's what I really think people are going to be on the lookout for with CMA Fest today. Apparently, it begins at 10:30.
Yep.
You think the zebra's going to show up?
He'll be on one of the little party buses.
He'll be on a party bus. That's exact. No, so no word on the zebra as of yet.
Nothing today.
Nothing today.
So far.
We've been on zebra watch for like.
So I've been watching this because I was up in Maryland, the People's Republic of Maryland, and so I was watching it from there. I even sent you some of the memes, and you know, too funny. I feel terrible for this poor thing, but the memes are just great.
Are you kidding? He's like riding like the wind. He's having the time of his life.
Yeah, I feel bad because he's not used to these surroundings, obviously.
Yeah,
and it must scare the daylights out of him. And you know,
I think he's gone. Number one, I want, does he have a name? I know that.
Zeke.
Zeke. Okay, so Zeke. I've heard Ed. I've heard now Zeke. Whatever. The zebra, Zeke the zebra, I believe that we should free the Zeke. Because this thing.
Let him go permanently? Just let him be out there?
Yeah, he's earned his freedom. Now, as long as he can survive things like coyotes and that kind of a thing.
Right,
but I mean, I think that he now deserves to be free. As long as he's safe. So we'll continue to update folks on Free the Zeke.
They also say that the owners, well, even the zoo, they say that it's not safe to approach him because they're not.
They're mean.
They're mean.
Well,
Yeah.
we have been well documenting that zebras are mean. They look so cute.
They do. They do.
Did you know that you can ride a zebra? Like if you wanted to, you could probably, if you could saddle up a zebra. I wouldn't recommend it.
I don't think that's a good idea.
I'm not saying it's a good idea, Joan.
Right.
I'm just saying that you could do it.
I'll leave that to you.
Nope, that's okay. All right. So, and coming up at 5:35, we're going to have some fun with Cringe Jean Pierre. She is back in the spotlight. OMG and LOL. Really? Do you know what? Do you know? I'm gonna give you my basic headline for why Cringe Jean Pierre is now an independent. You know why this is? Democrats didn't want her. The View didn't want her because that's in the news today. Is that she tried to get a job over there at the View,
and they said no.
They didn't even call her back. Apparently, so the View didn't want her. I think she is widely regarded. I think everybody knows this. Everybody understands that she is widely regarded as the absolute worst White House press secretary ever, and so I think that her options are rather limited. But we'll talk about that at 5:35. Okay. There's breaking news. This happened last night. President Trump signing an executive order that bans people from 19 countries from entering the United States. He had good reason. He put out a video. Listen.
The recent terror attack in Boulder, Colorado, has underscored the extreme dangers posed to our country by the entry of foreign nationals who are not properly vetted as well as those who come here as temporary visitors and overstay their visas. We don't want them.
Yep, I love that. That's what the president said.
We don't want them.
We don't want them. That's what. Do we? Do we really want people from Somalia coming here? Do we really want people from, I don't know, Iran coming here?
We don't want them.
No, we don't want them. And it's a big problem. Now, I'm warning you that all day today, you are going to see and hear the hue and cry, the exasperated screams. Oh, it's racist and the rest of that nonsense, right? You know that's coming. But the reality is that the person who tried to burn all of these Israel supporters had overstayed his visa. And he was Egyptian.
We don't want them.
Now, the president has put Egypt on notice as saying that you could be next. The countries that are impacted from coming, we've got Afghanistan, Chad. Is that Chad Benson in trouble? No. Chad, Congo, the Equatorial Guinea, Eritrea, which is a country in Africa, Haiti, Iran, Libya, Myanmar, Somalia, Sudan, and Yemen will all be barred from entering the United States under the new order, which does go into effect on June 9th.
We don't want them.
Citizens of Burundi, am I saying that right? Burundi, Cuba, Laos, Sierra Leone, Togo, Turkmenistan, and Venezuela will also be partially restricted from traveling, removing access to all immigrant visas and several non-immigrant travel options as well.
We don't want them.
That's what the president says. One of the things that they want to do is they want to redo the visa process, because here's the deal, is that we have people, and the guy from Egypt, the guy that just tried to torch the Israeli folks in Boulder, Colorado, he had overstayed, the entire family had overstayed their visas. And now, of course, in the news today, who didn't see this coming, and we did talk about this, is that a judge has now blocked this guy's family, the one that, again, torched the Israeli supporters, the Israel supporters. A judge has blocked the Trump administration from deporting these folks, even though their visas were expired, even though the father, the patriarch of the family, did what he did. The family gets to stay. It is unbelievable. Here's more from President Donald Trump. And again, this was a video that was released last night, as he is saying that he is putting a ban on people coming in through visa programs from these countries.
In the 21st century, we've seen one terror attack after another carried out by foreign visa overstayers from dangerous places all over the world. And thanks to Biden's open door policies, today there are millions and millions of these illegals who should not be in our country.
Right. And the president obviously right. And I seem to be mentioning this a lot lately, which is that 5 of the 9/11 terrorists were on overstayed visas. And the problem has only gotten worse. There was a study done years ago that did show that foreign-born Islamic terrorists were here on expired visas. And that visa program has been an issue literally for decades. They come here using proper visas, but then they never leave. So we've always spoken about the wide open southern border, particularly under, obviously, Joe Biden. But the visa program has always been an issue. It's been a huge issue. People come in and then they never leave. The visa expires. They never update them. They never apply for an extension. And then they just, sort of dissolve. They evaporate into our country. And then some attack. Like the guy who killed a couple of CIA employees way back in 1993. This has been an issue for years. Guy's name was Aimal Kanzi, who murdered 2 CIA employees back in 1993, overstaying a business visa, was granted a work permit while his asylum claim was pending. And then he killed 2 CIA employees. I mean, you could pull up example after example after example. And so the president, in what he's doing, basically what he's saying is enough is enough. And again, it is common knowledge. The 9/11 Commission, after 9/11 of 2001, the commission literally said, and multiple studies have also said, that we simply do not have the mechanisms, the ability to track people once they are here in our country on these visa programs. They don't check in, they dissolve into our country, and then they strike. So it is impossible to enforce any kind of visa policy that mandates that they go home once the visa expires because we don't have the manpower. And I guarantee you that if Donald Trump or if Republicans tried to get in there and really try to find these people, root these people out and get them home, or anywhere, get them anywhere outside of our country, like he is right now, trying to find the bad guys that are here, find the people that are illegal, all of those judges are going to block him. And so basically what Donald Trump wants to do, he wants to, turn off the spigot. He wants to turn off the faucet. So that all we have to do is deal with the people that are here currently, but we don't have an additional flood of people coming in through these various visa programs. The president also talked about how we are not going to follow the path of Europe. We'll talk about that straight ahead. 5:16, time to check the roads on WTN.
Well, you have extra closures around the downtown area this morning and all throughout the day for CMA Fest. Too many to mention, but you know that when you drive downtown Nashville during CMA Fest, you're going to find it pretty jammed up and some road closures as well. So be on alert for that. Otherwise, looking good on 24. 40 looks fine this morning, 65, no delays. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
There's going to be a lot of vomiting in downtown Nashville and Broadway and all that. Are we under like a mass vomit watch, and then we'll be under the warning?
That's the beauty of when it rains, because it kind of washes things away.
It does.
Yeah.
It does. You haven't been to a CMA Fest yet,
I haven't. No. Okay. This is my first round, so
lots of stages
just can't wait.
And all that kind of stuff. And I went years ago, and I
did you vomit?
I did not vomit. No.
Congratulations.
Nope. I don't drink that stupid like some of these folks do. But it is a great time. Do you know what? By the way, do you know what the unofficial slogan for CMA Fest is?
No, what is
it? As deemed by yours truly? Stay here for the fun and then leave as soon as you can, please.
Exit stage left.
Exit stage B&A. Just the day that it's over, out you go. We're full. Because, a lot of these people are going to be like, oh, we should move here.
Yes.
No, Nashville is full. Middle Tennessee is full.
I agree. After I got here, I wanted to close the door.
You know what? You wanted to lock the door behind you? Is that what you wanted to do? All right.
We were told when we got our new licenses, our drivers, did I tell you this before, that the people at the DMV, whatever you call it here, they told us, welcome to Middle Tennessee, leave your politics at home.
Yes. Well,
and they literally said, just leave your politics at home.
Yeah,
we don't
but they
want
didn't know that you were conservative. It was just like when people found out that I was from, commie California with a K, they were like, oh, my God, a liberal.
Right.
And then when they found out that I was from Colorado, which was my last stop before here, they really freaked out.
It's dangerous. People like you are dangerous.
I'm here to change y'all's mind and, show you the light. That's what people thought that I was going to, but no.
Right.
Clearly not. All right, let's see here. So Donald Trump, in now banning all of these folks here from coming in from all of these various nations on visas, because we do have a lot of people that are here on overstayed visas. And so Trump is basically saying no more of these people coming in from all of these various countries, and these are countries, either they are rife with terrorism or they don't have the ability to give us information on the people that want to come here on these visa programs. And I mentioned who these countries are, what these countries are earlier. But President Trump, in this video, because this all came down last night, he cautioned Americans about what happened in Europe.
In my first term, my powerful travel restrictions were one of our most successful policies, and they were a key part of preventing major foreign terror attacks on American soil. We will not let what happened in Europe happen to America.
All right, so y'all know what happened in Europe, right? So Muslims have invaded Europe. They came in, they're committing crimes, they're committing horrific crimes, and there are Muslims in Europe that are literally saying, we are taking over Europe, and we will not stop until we've taken over Europe. That's what's going on. They've called for a jihad against the West. You've got the groomer gangs in Europe, and especially in the UK, where you have these Muslims that sexually exploit small children. And if you say anything, you're banned from social media, and sometimes you're even arrested. We've spoken about that a lot here on WTN. So this is a problem. And so when Donald Trump says that what happened in Europe is not going to happen here, I love that he's doing this.
That's why on my first day back in office, I directed the Secretary of State to perform a security review of high-risk regions and make recommendations for where restrictions should be imposed. Among the national security threats their analysis considered are the large-scale presence of terrorists, failure to cooperate on visa security, inability to verify travelers' identities, inadequate record-keeping of criminal histories, and persistently high rates of illegal visa overstays, and other things. Very simply, we cannot have open migration from any country where we cannot safely and reliably vet and screen those who seek to enter the United States.
Yeah, and there's a lot of these countries that we cannot trust for whatever reason. They lack the ability or the willingness to share who these people are. They've got bad record keeping, whether that's intentional or not, whatever. But the reality is that there's a lot of countries out there that we cannot trust. You know, you've got all these countries that are filled with anti-American sentiment. Again, you got a bunch of terrorists in that country. They hate us for whatever reason. So why should we allow these folks to come into our country? Some of these countries have also refused to take back their criminals. So let's cut out the middle part and just stop accepting them.
That is why today I am signing a new executive order placing travel restrictions on countries including Yemen, Somalia, Haiti, Libya, and numerous others. The strength of the restrictions we're applying depends on the severity of the threat posed. The list is subject to revision based on whether material improvements are made, and likewise, new countries can be added as threats emerge around the world. But we will not allow people to enter our country who wish to do us harm, and nothing will stop us from keeping America safe. Thank you very much.
No. President Trump, thank you. 523 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. The reaction already to this. Oh, it's racist and all of that other stuff. But we've got some of that, too. Straight ahead at 5:30, Joan Jones has the news. Joan.
Yeah, Israel recovers the body of 2 more hostages. It's an Israeli-American couple. And we've got the latest on the search for Zeke the zebra. That's all coming up here at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
528, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. I hope you are doing well. Hey, Joan.
Yes, sir.
The president has actually, believe it or not, weighed in on Zeke the zebra.
He has.
We don't want him.
Yeah, that's what the president says. He says,
We don't want him.
we want Zeke. We want freedom for Zeke.
Poor guy.
We don't want him.
Everybody wants Zeke.
Are we going to overplay the we don't want him all day?
No.
Just asking.
We don't want him.
No, we're not going to do that,
For the
Joan.
We
sake
don't
of
want
our
'em.
listeners.
I'm moving right along. Do you know what? Maybe that should be our poll for today. And because you know what the poll question is, Joan?
What is it?
The poll question is, will you read the Cringe Jean Pierre book just out of morbid curiosity?
It would be morbid.
It would be morbid.
Yeah.
97% of the folks have said no, they won't be. 3% have said that they would. You know what I'd like to do? I'd like to go ahead. If I bought the book for somebody, this is what we need to do, Joan. If I buy the book for somebody,
Yeah.
maybe I choose like a listener to do like a book report for us. And then they could like give.
Wait, you could get several people, like each chapter assigned to different listeners.
I could, but that's going to be a lot of books to
Yeah.
buy. And I don't want to like donate to Cringe Jean Pierre. I would do
Okay.
one. The only person in America to actually buy the book would be me so that I could mock it. Anyway.
There'll be other mockers, I think.
All right. Anyway,
Just
I don't know.
guessing.
Do you think if you want to volunteer to read the Cringe Jean Pierre book,
I love this.
send me a note right now. The super text line is open. 615-737-9986. The news starts now.
Good morning, 5:30 now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. The bodies of two Israeli-American hostages kidnapped by Hamas on October 7th have been recovered from southern Gaza during a military operation. Judy and Gadi Haggai, both in their 70s, were killed during that attack. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu thanked the soldiers and commanders involved in the operation and vowed to return all remaining hostages held in Gaza. Here in Nashville, it's day 5 in the search for the missing zebra. Dakota Sullivan is with the Nashville Zoo. He reminds everyone that approaching the zebra isn't a great idea because he says they're dangerous when scared.
You also have to think in mind that this animal is not used to its surroundings. It's going to have a lot of stimuli, such as dogs barking, cars, other things that are going to potentially set it off.
Yeah, if you see Zeke the zebra, that's what the people who owned him called him. Call police. And something new for Costco fans. The popular store is now testing out Scan and Go, that same checkout technology that's available now at Sam's Club. Scan and Go allows shoppers to scan items as they shop and then pay for them using the store's app. That eliminates the need to stop and check out with a cashier. You don't even need to show someone a receipt at the door. BJ's recently introduced Express Pay, allowing customers to pay in their app and to show a QR code receipt at the door. That is the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 532, Nashville's Morning News. Mark Spain Real Estate and the guaranteed offer. Now, the guaranteed offer for Mark Spain Real Estate, it is the easiest way to sell your home. You can save time, make the most money, and eliminate all the hassle this summer in trying to sell your home. Dan Mandis here. You know, I always recommend Mark Spain Real Estate to my friends here in Nashville because I trust that they are going to sell their homes, your home, hassle-free with a strong all-cash offer. As a matter of fact, Mark Spain Real Estate was ranked on the Inc. 5000 list of the fastest growing companies in America. Now, for the 8th year in a row, there is a reason. They respond fast and are one of the most experienced real estate teams in Nashville and Middle Tennessee. Mark Spain Real Estate sells 2 homes every hour, making them the most experienced real estate team in America. You can trust them to sell your home hassle-free and, yes, for maximum value. They've been helping homeowners sell their homes for nearly 30 years, and they've got nearly 67,000 satisfied clients. 855-299-SOLD. Call them, get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's 855-299-SOLD. You can find them online anytime. It's markspain.com. That is markspain.com, and start packing.
Well, things look good on the major roadways heading in this morning. Maybe folks are staying home for CMA Fest this year. Okay, I was just kidding. CMA Fest, lots of downtown Nashville roads closed down for the festival starting today.
Donald Trump
Yeah, he
has checked
said,
in. He says, he says, I need some audio if I could.
Doesn't work.
We don't want them.
Yeah, we don't want them.
That's what Donald Trump said, is that we don't. Moving right
Way to
along.
use it. Thanks.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's it. Really, there's just the closures downtown this morning because of CMA Fest. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.537, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk. The weather today, partly cloudy and a high of 89. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News. Joan Jones is here, and Louie is producing today.
Oh, yeah.
And did you know, Joan, real quickly, because I don't want to make this about Louie, but I don't know if you heard the 836 yesterday.
Oh, I didn't know.
So I'm going on and on about, like, grills, like on teeth.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Did you know that Louie has a grill?
Wait, Louie, turn around. Let me see.
Smile for Joan.
What?
He's got like diamonds and stuff in his teeth.
That's not like the setup for braces. That's like actual
That is
diamonds.
actual.
Yeah, these are my teeth.
Those are his teeth.
That is crazy.
That's exactly. Now listen, I'm not criticizing. Although Louie, you did say that you had some grill regret. Did you not?
Not grill regret.
No?
Nah. I don't got grill regret.
See, now what's funny is now that when he smiles, I can now totally see it. It's just
well,
like
the sparkle might blind
That's
you.
exactly right. They sparkle.
Yes.
So that's pretty cool.
Most girls like want one of those on their finger. Louie's got like a ton of them on his teeth.
That's exactly right.
What?
So you know what? If you ever find yourself in need of a diamond, Louie, just pull one off your teeth.
Yep.
He's reserving them.
That's exactly right. All right, Joan. So Cringe Jean Pierre is now come out with a book, and she's leaving. She is going to come out with a book, and she is leaving the Democrat Party, going to be an independent. And so this was her big announcement yesterday.
And the reason I wrote this book, coming out of the White House, serving as White House press secretary was an honor and a privilege. But since I have left, the people that come up to me, strangers that come up to me just across the country as I'm traveling, and sometimes right in my neighborhood, at a grocery store, supermarket, airport, my daughter's school, the number one question they ask me is, Karine, how do we get out of this? How do we protect our democracy?
The funny thing is how we got out of it. Well, we voted in November. Yeah. That's how we got out of it, you dip.
How do we protect vulnerable communities among us? What do we do next? Because we don't have answers here. That's what they ask me. And this is my answer. And what I mean by that is, in an era of misinformation, disinformation, the regressiveness of social policy,
You know what's funny, though, Joan? She's lamenting about misinformation and disinformation. Didn't we literally call her misinformation? I know that I did.
Yeah.
It was like, Cringe Jean Pierre, misinformation, because she was just perpetually lying. Everybody knows that she and others from the Biden administration were gaslighting the American people. And so here she is talking about, the spread of misinformation. I don't mean to be like, 2022, 2023, and 2024 called. They want their topics back. But honestly, she was the leader of misinformation.
We're seeing currently right now. What I have decided to do, and I really have thought long and hard about this, is to follow my own compass. And that's what I've done. And that's what this book does. And here's the truth. And here's how I will lay it out to you.
Hey, Joan, you ever play with a broken compass?
No.
Wait, it just kind of goes around and around and around and around.
Right.
So that's what Cringe Jean Pierre does.
Yeah.
It's just I don't think she has a compass. I think the problem is, or her compass, points south. I think the problem that she has is that she has no credibility. Obviously, she has no credibility, and so she's talking about leaving the Democrat Party. Democrat Party does not want her.
Right.
I think we need to stop thinking in boxes and think outside of our boxes.
You gotta be kidding.
That's where she's going. Let's think outside the box.
The woman who was proud to have checked the lesbian box, the black box, the woman box, and she said there were 4 boxes, by the way. That's an unbelievable statement from that woman.
Did she say there was 4 boxes?
She did, and she only named 3. You don't remember her doing that? I'll look it up.
I don't remember her doing that.
Yeah.
So lesbian box,
Black
woman box,
and woman.
black box. Well, maybe that 4th box was like the stupid box.
The lying through her ungrilled teeth box. That one?
That one.
And not be so partisan. And the way that I see moving forward in this space that we're in right now is if you are willing to stand side by side with me, regardless of your how you identify political.
I went nowhere near Cringe Jean Pierre.
And as long as you respect the community that I belong to and vulnerable communities that I respect, I will be there with you. I will move forward with you. And that is, I think, so important. So this book, Independent, it's about looking outside of boxes, not just always being in a partisan stance.
Yeah, didn't that whole inside, outside the box thing, that was from early 2000s when that became a thing, thinking outside the box. And then I think everybody realized that was just a stupid thing to say.
Yeah.
So that's Cringe Jean Pierre.
And how do we move forward together in a compassionate way, in a way that really, truly cares about people?
I don't think anybody cares about this book. By the way, the super text line was alight with people saying, I'll read the book, I'll read the book.
Yeah. Lots of brave people there.
6727, I'll read the stupid book for you, because if you missed it, I said, if I buy the book for you, will you read it and then just tell us how bad it is? Because I don't want to have to read it myself. And I wouldn't assign that to Louie, I wouldn't even do that to you. I might do it to KGB.
81, go ahead.
Yes.
8174 wants it to be their bathroom read.
The bathroom read.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. Well, she says that she wants to be an independent. And she says the reason why she's doing this is because the Democrat Party betrayed Joe Biden in basically forcing him to step down. And so that is why she has now decided that she is going to be an independent. I think that this is a grasp for relevance. That's number one. Number two, she has no credibility. I mean,
none.
You can try to change your political party, but here's the deal. When you have no credibility because you lied to the American people for so long, then nobody's going to buy what you're saying, whether you are an independent or a Democrat or a Republican. You have no credibility. And so for her, I don't know, I think that she doesn't have a job. And at least as far as I know, she doesn't have a job. I don't know if she's doing a podcast or whatever. Apparently, she did try to get onto The View, and that was her phone did not ring. They literally did not call her back.
You have to be like a serious brand of bad if The View doesn't call you back.
Exactly, especially when you're talking about somebody who was very high profile, but not in a good way.
Right.
You know who had the absolute epic response to all this was Stephen A. Smith.
You were not the White House press secretary when you showed up on ABC's The View a couple of months ago. You were talking major stuff then. You were not the White House press secretary. You were an American citizen who was not working in the White House. What the hell you go on the show for then? Bloviating about Joe Biden and how he was alert, and he was spry, and he was a great commander-in-chief, and he was sharp, and all of this stuff. I don't have the clip in front of me because I just saw the story. You're lucky I don't have time to pull it up.
I've got it.
Oh.
I've got it. So
my boy was mad.
Realize, you ain't heard nothing yet.
Oh.
So realize she goes on to The View. This was, during the first 100 days of Donald Trump's administration. And Yes, I believe, although I didn't see it on the particular clip that I saw, but I remembered where she was sticking to the lie that Joe Biden was fit for office. But then she starts to go on and on about, of course, Donald Trump.
And he's on his way in the first 100 days to be the most unpopular president in their first 100 days. What we're seeing in this administration is he's taking a wrecking ball to the government. Folks who need their Social Security check, are you going to get it? This is a 5-alarm fire. And are we meeting the moment? Because these moments are not normal. This is not normal.
So during the interview, she's talking all about, Donald Trump, existential threat, all the stuff that they continue to spew. I'm a little confused, though, because she was talking about how the Democrat Party, they need to meet the moment and all these other kinds of things. Okay. Well, if you're there to meet the moment, then why is it that you're leaving the party? So she's full of hypocrisy, and more often than not, she doesn't make any sense. But Stephen A. Smith, he continued to talk about her, and the man does speak the truth.
But I'm fully aware of the fact that you were not the White House press secretary when you were on The View, spewing the same stuff you had spewed when you were the White House press secretary. So all bets are off. You didn't have to do that, but you chose to. Live with your decisions. Live with your decisions. You didn't have to do that, but that's what you chose to do. You chose to go front and center and still spew the same party line. So what the book's going to tell us? The book's going to tell us more about the Democrats? The book going to be an extension of Jake Tapper and Alex Thompson's book, Original Sin? Yet another Democrat coming out and telling us about stuff that a whole bunch of stuff on the right was telling us, but y'all swore we shouldn't listen to while y'all were engaging in cancel culture, while y'all were engaging in excoriating anybody that called the Democratic Party out for what the hell was going on. That's what we supposed to do now? That's what we supposed to do. We're supposed to listen to you now.
No, we're not supposed to listen to you now.
Wow, he's angry.
Well, you know what? I think that when you spent so much time, Cringe Jean Pierre, when she spent so much time lying to folks, and the more that we get beyond the Biden administration, the more we find out just how bad this cover-up was. So she doesn't have any more credibility. She has even less credibility than a Jake Tapper. She has less credibility than the Washington Post and the New York Times. She was the one that was out there saying, the Republicans, when you see videos of Joe Biden, can't find his way off of a stage or whatever it is, and those are deep fake videos. She was the one that said that. And so as Stephen A. Smith said, really? So now are we supposed to believe you? Of course not. So I don't know exactly what it is that she is, trying to do here, but she's too young to retire. She probably doesn't, really have a whole lot of options, because when you look at Cringe Jean Pierre, you see that she is emblematic of the absolute failure, the abject failure of the Biden administration. And so she's leaving the Democrat Party. I'm going to put that in air quotes. She's leaving the Democrat Party because they don't want her. Politico has an entire, I don't know how many paragraphs this is, but it's long. And basically, and I'll get into some of this a little bit later on in the show, but you've got all these people from the former Biden administration, and they are lighting her up. Calling her a grift, an opportunistic grift.
Why did they keep her on for so long? I don't get that. She spent a long time at the White House as the White House press secretary, doing a horrible job, as we all know, as we all watched, as we all just sat mouth agape watching every day going, honestly, that's it? Maybe it's because she was that bad. It took the attention away from Joe Biden. I don't know.
I think it actually more shined a spotlight on the incompetence
Yes.
of the Biden administration.
The entire administration. Yeah.
Yes, the entire administration.
Yeah.
I mean, you had cackling Kamala Harris, right?
Oh, my gosh.
You had Cringe Jean Pierre, and of course, Joe Biden. I mean, the entire 4 years, but especially the last few, really was a Saturday Night Live skit every single day.
Yeah.
You had the president who was trying to, shake hands with ghosts, couldn't find his way off of the stage. You never knew what the heck he was saying. He was babbling. He was mumbling. He's talking about, meeting with leaders that were dead 20, 30 years ago. And it was on and on and on. So I don't know.
It's crazy that she believes that she has credibility enough to be out there.
Yeah.
The self-awareness or the lack thereof is just crazy.
From Politico, the attention-grabbing ploy lit up Democratic and Biden alumni texting groups and reignited frustrations that burned for years about Jean Pierre, according to 7 former Biden administration officials granted anonymity to describe private conversations. One former official recalled that Jean Pierre had joked about becoming an independent even while on the job in the Biden White House, an off-key comment for someone ostensibly serving as a major messenger for the Democratic Party. Another former official said that Jean Pierre had begun working during the Biden administration with a New York-based publicist and had copied that person on official emails before some of Jean Pierre's White House colleagues intervened. And of course, everyone is calling this a grift. So I don't know. Am I onto something here, Joan? Should I officially assign a listener to
I think so.
the official book reporter for Cringe Jean Pierre's book, Independent?
I think so.
All right, maybe we'll.
You need to be, check out the person who's doing the book report first. Make sure they're smart.
Mm-hmm. Oh, we got smart listeners on this radio station.
Absolutely. Make sure they've got time to read through it.
Absolutely.
Because it'll put them to sleep otherwise.
5:53 on Nashville's Morning News. Joan has the news coming up at 6. Joan.
Yeah, we've got road closures, bad weather, and drunken CMA festival goers. What a day to be alive in Nashville. Stick around for that and more coming up here at 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.554 Nashville's Morning News. Dan here, and there we go. Dan here, 554 on Nashville's Morning News. I loved my training at the Glock store in Nashville. Working with all of their instructors was an amazing experience. And every time I go, I learn something new. And these days I am a more confident shooter thanks to my friends and my training at the Glock store. So if you want more training, or if you just want to, re-up some of your training and become a better and more confident shooter, the Glock store is the place to go. The Shoot 270 indoor ranges, they are unmatched in Middle Tennessee, and so are these instructors at the Glock store. You can learn to shoot around corners in the dark and while moving or running around, real-life situations. Go to their website, shoot270.com, and watch the videos for yourself, and then sign up for the training, too. You walk into this place, it is massive. A lot of you folks have been there. It is like a two-way paradise, walls full of guns and accessories and parts. Find them online, shoot270.com and glockstore.com. 5:58, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on in. Hey, coming up at 6:38, looking forward to speaking to Steve Yates. Now, Steve is an expert on China. Now, yesterday we had the big story. We're going to get an update for you on the story where a couple of Chinese nationals, they were busted for trying to smuggle in a fungus. And this was a very, very big story, very disturbing story as well. And so coming up here at about 6:38 in the next hour, going to speak with expert Steve Yates. Not only what is the very latest on this story, but something that I spoke about, which is, okay, so these are the ones that we caught, but what about the last 4 years during the Biden administration? That's number one. And number two, what steps can we make moving forward to make sure that there are none that are able to get away with bringing some of these very deadly, whether we're talking about chemicals or whatever it is, the fungus, the virus, of course, we all know about COVID. How can we prevent this from happening again? We'll talk to Steve Yates from the Heritage Foundation, expert on China and defense, coming up at 6:38 here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. It's now 6 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We're already at 70 degrees this morning, heading up to a high of 90 with a chance of thunderstorms. Nashville's CMA Fest begins this morning, and you want to be aware of some road closures. Today, crews will shut down parts of John Lewis Way and Demonbreun Street. They'll reopen by 7 o'clock tonight and close for the same period tomorrow. And by the way, rain is expected, but umbrellas aren't welcome at most venues. Ponchos are a great option here. Now, if there's lightning, shows will be paused for 30 minutes. Guns are also not welcome, says Metro Police Chief John Drake.
Don't let potential thieves ruin your day. That happens anytime you have big crowds in any city. Your safety is a top priority of ours.
Hundreds of police officers and Red Frogs will be keeping things safe for CMA Fest partiers. Tennessee U.S. Senator Marsha Blackburn has introduced a new bill. It would make it a federal crime to dox ICE and Homeland Security agents. This comes as a federal investigation is underway into Nashville Mayor Freddie O'Connell's actions during recent ICE operations. Channel 4's Alexandria Adams.
The mayor signed an executive order to track all ICE interactions happening across the city of Nashville, and that led to several agents' names being shared on the Metro website. Well, the mayor saying that the names have since been removed and the city is now working on safeguards to make sure that does not happen again.
Senator Blackburn saying that having their names posted by O'Connell put those agents' lives at risk. The search continues in Washington state for the father of 3 little girls. He's wanted for murdering them while they were on a custody visit.
His family says Decker is highly skilled in wilderness survival. Investigators also looking into his military background. He served in Afghanistan before joining the Washington Army National Guard. Court documents say Decker had mental health issues. Police say it appears the girls were suffocated. Autopsy results coming as soon as today could help investigators piece together a clearer timeline.
Travis Decker was homeless at the time of the visit. He had been living out of his truck in a campground. It's not clear why he was permitted to have the girls for that visit. 4 teenagers under arrest for crashing a stolen car into a house in Laverne. This happened early Wednesday morning along George Buchanan Drive. After crashing the car, those teens tried to run away, but they were all captured thanks to the help of some canines. All juveniles were taken to the hospital for medical clearance before they were taken to the Rutherford Juvenile Center. Market numbers now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Stock futures, still a little change this morning. The Dow futures are plus 16 points, but the NASDAQ futures down just a fraction, and the S&P futures down just a fraction as well. That's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Things are starting to slow down now on 24, a westbound side as you make your way from Laverne up to the, near 40 this morning. Looks like just a touch of the brakes, though. No big delays. You've got some delays as well as you're traveling in from the northern points. Pretty slow now as you're traveling on 24 into Nashville from the northern areas. Things look pretty good, though, on 40 so far. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.607 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I don't want to do a lot of big, beautiful bill talk today. I feel like I've talked it to death over the last couple of weeks. But in my position on the big, beautiful bill, I've spoken about this a lot. And that is that I do believe that it is going to raise the debt and the deficit. But there's a lot in there for the American people. And there's a lot of tax breaks and so forth. You have the Democrats out there saying, oh, people on Medicare, they're going to lose their benefits. Well, you know what? If they're illegal aliens or if they have the ability to work, then they should lose those benefits. But I do find this funny. You ready? Because I fully acknowledge that there's good things in the bill, a lot of good things in the bill. The negative is that you quite possibly are going to, raise the debt and the deficit. So, but I've gone over this ad nauseum. But I do want to play this audio bite. You'll love this. Joan, you'll love this too.
Okay.
Chuck Schumer. And he is standing in front of, like an easel board kind of a thing. And he's talking about the big, beautiful bill, whatever you want to call it, the spending bill.
And we all know one thing. Donald Trump is just lying about the bill. Lying about the bill.
Okay.
Well, here's the We Are All Going to Die Act.
Literally, he's got
what?
He's got this easel board kind of a thing, or like I don't know what you call it, but a placard kind of a thing. And it literally says, We Are All Going to Die Act. It's almost, again, the Democrats, it's like they're a walking, talking Saturday Night Live skit, but actually funny.
They are. The We Are All Going to Die bill.
That's what he says. It's the We Are All Going to Die Act.
They got nothing.
They don't. I mean, at least I say there's a lot of good things in this bill.
Yeah.
That's why I'm so conflicted on this, because there's a lot of good things in the bill. And I do understand that it is going to more than likely raise the deficit and the debt. All right. So whether or not it actually does, who knows? Nobody really knows. It's a really big bill. But I do acknowledge to being very conflicted about this. But you know what I find interesting? What I find interesting, and this is where I start yelling at some Republicans. What I find interesting is the same Republicans who are screaming about how the Democrat Party didn't say anything and denied that Joe Biden was not fit for office. We all knew that he was not fit for office. The Democrats refused to say anything about it. Well, those same Republicans that are criticizing those Democrats are yelling at me for saying that I have some serious reservations about this bill, about this massive spending bill. I do have reservations, but it seems, and maybe I'm off base on this, but isn't it hypocritical to yell at the Democrats for not speaking up about Joe Biden, but then yelling at me when I have concerns about the spending bill? I mean, isn't that what real patriots do? I mean, I'm not comparing myself to Rand Paul or Thomas Massie at all. Trust me when I say. But real patriots and real allies, and people are saying this on social media, real allies actually speak up when they have concerns, right? So anybody who believes that the Republican Party should sit down and shut up and just blindly go along with anything any president does, including Donald Trump, you're not being a real ally and you're not being a real patriot, because that's how we got into this situation in the first place, by nobody on the Democrat side or in the media questioning Joe Biden or the Democrat Party. Guy told me yesterday, shut up. Like literally he said to me, Joan, shut up. And I'm like, well, it's going to be
not very nice.
That's going to be a long 3.5 hours then if I'm not going to be saying anything. But you know what I'm saying? Is like, isn't part of the Republican Party, it used to be anyway, free exchange of ideas and debating the ideas and talking about the positives and the negatives of any piece of legislation? That's what free thinkers do. That's what our politicians are supposed to do, is figure out, you know, what is the right path to go and what is the wrong path to go. And I'm here to tell you, I totally understand that we have situations where we may or may not be spending a lot of money. The problem that I know we're spending a lot of money. The problem I have is that two people that I really respect, Rand Paul, Thomas Massie, are both against this spending bill. But then I also really respect Donald Trump and Scott Bessent. And so I just think that there's maybe 15 different ways to look at these numbers and look at the big, beautiful bill. And I was speaking about this, you're on vacation, Joan, but one of the ways to look at this, and because I've heard from a lot of people, is you look at this bill and you realize that the government is just simply, with Congress and everything else, they don't have the ability to stop spending. They just don't. For whatever reason, it is against their DNA. Once they take that oath of office, it is all about spending as much money as you possibly can. And a serious disrespect for we, the American people. Now, that being said, a lot in this bill gives us our money back. I mean, you've got the no tax on tips. You've got the extension of the Donald Trump tax cuts. I think if I remember right, no taxes on Social Security, those kinds of things. There's a lot, a child care tax credit. You've got that. You've got the Trump accounts where newborn kids, you get $1,000 into a savings account or whatever it is. There's a lot of really good things, a lot of gimmies, if you will, for the American people, where it is a victory because there is more money for us, for our pockets, for our families, for our bank accounts, more money for us. But at what cost? And that's going to be the question, at what cost? Now, the other day, we had a Daily Dan poll, and it was, and I forget exactly how we framed it, but the vast majority of the folks that took the poll said that despite all of the gimmies, despite all of the tax breaks and so forth, I think it was 79 to 80%, that was on me, 79 to 80% of the people that took the poll, despite all of the gimmies, despite all of the tax breaks, they had major concerns about the, air quoting, big, beautiful bill, and they did not want it to pass. So there's a lot to this conversation, and I've been talking about it ad nauseum. I am conflicted on this because I am very much not in favor of increasing the debt. I'm not in favor of increasing the deficit, which is what a lot of these organizations, by the way, beyond the CBO, there's the American Tax Federation or Foundation, I think it is, also has said that it would increase the debt. Rand Paul and Thomas Massie and all of these other folks have all said the same thing. So, you know, really what it seems to me is if you look at this, and it's okay to be conflicted. It's okay to say, boy, it would really be nice to have more of my money back. It would be really nice to get a lot of tax breaks and, see more of my money given back to me instead of the government spending it on things that, quite frankly, I probably disagree with, Republicans or Democrats. And so it makes a lot of sense for people to be conflicted because on the one hand, you don't want to see the debt and the deficit go up because, at some point it's going to implode. But on the other side of the coin, from your own life, practically speaking, you've got a mortgage. You have clothes to buy. You've got school books to buy for your kids. You're saving up for your kids, college education or whatever it is that you need to save for. So I totally understand there's a lot of room for being conflicted. The other day when I spoke about this, Joan, I heard from, a lot of Trump supporters who basically said, I love Donald Trump. I'm not so sure about the big, beautiful bill. However, I believe that it is our job as patriots to say there's a lot of room for debate here. And as conservatives, we should not be telling each other to sit down and shut up and just pass the bill with no debate. 6:15, time to check the roads on WTN. 6:17, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. As far as your weather goes, for CMA Fest, a partly cloudy today and a high of 89. Did we say there's going to be some thunderstorms, Joan? Did I hear that right?
Potential. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Potential for thunderstorms as well. And I'll go ahead and write that on my official weather. Do you know, by the way, what is not in? And I was shocked when I saw this. Do you know what is not in the big, beautiful bill?
What's that?
Money for fixing the airports and the air traffic controllers.
Aren't they handling that separately?
There's only like 10 to 12, I think it's $12 billion is in the big, beautiful bill, but it is not in the spending plan. Personally, I think that's crazy. Yeah, it's up to Congress.
Yes.
They need $31 billion, and you've got Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, who is out there saying, we need Congress, Lord help us. We need Congress to give us the $31 billion to upgrade the air traffic controller infrastructure and hire more air traffic controllers and so forth. We all know what happened over the Potomac River near D.C. that killed 67 people. Incredibly high profile and tragic situation. Sean Duffy has been talking about all of this. Again, Transportation Secretary.
I hope that the Congress is going to do their work, find the resources to help us start this project.
The plan would include the construction of 6 new air traffic control centers and massive upgrades to all the country's air traffic facilities over the next 3 to 4 years.
We need it now.
Yeah, we need it now. That's what Sean Duffy says. We need it now. We need to get it done fast.
It's a moment in time where we have to build a brand new air traffic control system. It'll be the biggest infrastructure project that we have going on in the country, probably the most important one in 20 years we'll do in America. And we're lucky that we have a president who cares about this issue and is willing to push this department and push the Congress and also push the business sector that deals with aviation to make sure we get it done right and get it done fast.
Well, okay, but how can you get it done right and get it done fast if Congress, because I guarantee you this is what's going to happen. Congress is going to drag their feet. There's no doubt this needs to get done. The upgrading of the airport infrastructure, the air traffic controllers, and so forth. You know what the problem is? We've been saying this for decades. Biden didn't do anything about it. Now Trump in his second term wants to, but we're leaving it up to Congress, and Sean Duffy is having to consistently ask Congress for the $31 billion. And so, in my opinion, it should have been included in the big, beautiful bill. Are they handling it separately? Sure, they're going to handle it separately. And is Congress going to actually be able to get this done? Joan.
One thing that he is doing, Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, he rolled out this plan to boost air traffic controller staffing by streamlining the hiring process and also boosting salaries. So he's working on it sort of behind the scenes while he's working on it with Congress, too. It's sort of multifaceted.
Yeah, and I like what he's doing. But you know what? They've been working on this, Joan, and I know that you know this. 2003.
Yes.
In 2003, they had this big push to upgrade. They spent billions and billions and billions of dollars, and nothing ever happened.
Right.
They spent all that money, and it just never happened. Remember when Elon Musk a few months ago was like, yeah, I'm all over this. And the Democrats were screaming, and some Republicans were screaming, he has no experience in air traffic control and systems and everything else. He is able to catch his own rockets as they're coming back down. So I think he can handle updating and upgrading the air traffic control system. But it does sound like this is an emergency. It does sound like this needs to start right away. But from what Duffy says, it hasn't. This was an interview, I think it was on Laura Ingraham.
We need money to do that. We're going to need, tens of billions of dollars from the Congress. We can't start until we get those dollars in the door. But
we can't start until we get those dollars in the door.
Doesn't it feel like this issue, along with things like upgrading the electrical grid, and taking care of our farmers, and trying to get China away from owning properties around, the farmlands around.
As they're sneaking in,
These are those
funguses.
issues that keep getting kicked down the road.
Right. And that's what I mean. When I heard this whole conversation was triggered by this argument.
We need money to do that. We're going to need, tens of billions of dollars from the Congress. We can't start until we get those dollars in the door. Wow. But again, Americans fly, their families fly. They want to make sure that, when we see signs of issues in our air traffic control system, we actually take, action and fix it and make it better for the flying public. And by the way, we can make it more efficient too. We're going to have drones and these eVTOLs, which are like Ubers in the air. The airspace is going to become more complicated. Right. We can make it more efficient with this brand new system.
These systems are from the 1970s and 1980s. They have had a 90-second radar and radio blackout at Newark's airport, which I know that you've probably flown into and out of, Joan.
Yeah.
It's also happened in Denver, New York, and Chicago. Blank screens. Imagine that. And, of course, we all know the air traffic controllers, they are dropping like flies. They just don't want to do it anymore because of the stress. Well, they're stressed because of, among other things, the antiquated systems. And Joan, you're absolutely right. I have had the same monologue about our electrical grid for years.
Yeah, for sure.
And so when he said that we can't start this.
We can't start until we get those dollars in the door.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
So waiting for Congress. But that money, of course, has to be appropriated, then approved. So by all means, take your time, guys.
I thought about this a lot while I was sitting on the plane waiting for takeoff.
I bet you did. Did you fly in? No, you flew into Maryland, which...
Flew into BWI, which, that's Baltimore.
Okay.
It's not, it's near Washington, D.C., but I was not going to fly into D.C. at all.
Right.
No way.
So we have a legitimate problem. There's two legitimate problems. Number one, clearly, as everyone knows, our airports are vulnerable. Our grid is vulnerable as well. Our infrastructure is vulnerable. So that's problem number one. Number two, we have a problem with Congress. And I do believe that this should have been included in the spending package because it is infrastructure. And this should be in the budget. And leaving this up to Congress and just waiting for this to get done and waiting for them to appropriate the funds has me incredibly worried. It is 6:24 on Nashville's Morning News, and Joan Jones has the news at 6:30. Joan.
Yeah, making your way around Nashville for the next few days is going to be kind of tough. And what does one Tennessee congressman think about the big, beautiful bill? We've got that and more coming up here at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
624, Nashville's Morning News. How do I depend on Xfinity? Let me count the ways. Now, I've got a lot riding on my rock-solid internet from Xfinity. You've got Riker doing all that homework, and of course, here in the summertime, all that gaming. You've got Amy working all day long from home. I, of course, when I'm at home, I'm doing shows all over the country, always doing show prep as well from my basement, and all courtesy of Xfinity. By the way, if something does go wrong, they can make it right with 24/7 customer service for whenever you need it. And, you know, with Riker in the house, he is 11, it is critical that we're able to check out what he's watching. And yes, with Xfinity, you can. So you can depend on these folks like I do. Check them out online. I've been a customer of Xfinity for years. Online anytime, Xfinity.com, 1-800-XFINITY, or stop by a store today. .628 Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Dan Mann is here. Hot weather is here, and we've got great savings for new windows from my window company, Window Nation. It is their semi-annual sale going on right now, and that means that you can buy 4 windows, you get 4 free, and you buy a whole house full of windows, you get a free entry door courtesy of Window Nation. So you save on the purchase and install, and you save for years to come because Window Nation windows, they are energy efficient. As a matter of fact, they have some of the best insulated windows on the market, and their prices are a lot better than the expensive guys. Now, they've got a 96% customer satisfaction rating and over 45,000 5-star reviews. Now, don't forget that great deal. You buy 4 windows, you get 4 free, and you buy a whole house full of windows, you get that free entry door. Check them out today. 866-90-NATION is the phone number. If you're thinking about buying windows, check out Window Nation, 866-90-NATION, windownation.com. 629, Nashville's Morning News on WTN News with Joan Jones coming up. And right after the news, Steve Yates from the Heritage Foundation. There's almost a fungus among us. We're going to talk about China and those two folks from China, one connected to the government in China and Xi Jinping trying to sneak that deadly fungus into America. Going to talk about that and a whole lot more straight ahead on WTN.
Good morning, 6:30 now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories as CMA Fest gets underway here. Just some reminders that there are shelters all around the downtown area in case of bad weather, and there could be some today. Red Frogs will be stationed along the Cumberland River. There will be patrol boats to help keep partiers safe as well. Now, you can expect road closures around town, and there's more, too. Road closures will begin today because of the Great Tennessee Air Show. That gets set up around the Smyrna Airport this morning. Roadshow closures get underway at 11:30. They'll end on Sunday at 5. And in fact, you get a break from them after 5 o'clock each day. All eastbound traffic along Sam Ridley Parkway is being directed to Lowry Street. All westbound traffic will be directed to Nissan Drive, back to Lowry Street. Drivers along Jefferson Pike have been asked to use Interstate I-40 and make that Interstate 840 to 24 or Lowry Street as an option. And tonight there may be some traffic delays as well because Vice President J.D. Vance will be in town for a fundraiser. He's scheduled to arrive at BNA this evening and depart after the event. He'll deliver remarks along with U.S. Senators Marsha Blackburn and Bill Hagerty. The Congressional Budget Office scored President Trump's big, beautiful bill as adding nearly $2.5 trillion to the national debt. But Congressman Tim Burchett still calls that bill a step in the right direction, speaking on WTN's Matt Murphy show.
You got a train coming down the tracks at you, and it needs to be going the other direction. It has got to eventually slow down and stop at some point before it can go the other direction.
Burchett says the national debt was increased by $1 trillion every 100 days. This will slow it down, he says, to every 6 years. And he says it stinks, but it's not every 100 days. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Dan Mandis here, 632 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Friends, it is June. It is time to get your system serviced the best way, the Busy Bee way. How does a beach trip sound? Purchase a new AC unit here in June, and you are eligible to win a free 3-day beach getaway from my friends at Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Now, you buy the unit. They'll take care of the vacation, including gas, a couple of meals per day, and lodging. Winner is going to be announced on Facebook Live. Now, don't forget all of their June specials. You can get those air ducts cleaned. They're giving you a free package upgrade. So you call for the cleaning, they'll upgrade that package. You buy that middle tier package, they are going to upgrade you to the deluxe package. You can also get a $500 off selected tankless or upright water heaters. And maybe you'd like a 15% discount off a whole home drain pipe. Now, those are just some of the specials going on right now from Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, always looking for ways to save you money. Check out their website for all the details. It is busybeehvac.com. Call them at 615-775-7833, busybeehvac.com. 6:35 on WTN. You know, the weather here in Middle Tennessee, we all know that it can get crazy, which is why you need a backup home standby generator from my friends at the Generator Supercenter. Now, they are the nation's #1 Generac generator dealer. You can get a free quote and get peace of mind when you have one installed. They feature expert installation, 24-hour monitoring as well. They're not going to leave you in the dark. They've got financing available when the power is out in your neighborhood. Your power is going to be on thanks to that backup home standby generator from my friends at the Generator Supercenter. Call them 615-879-1952, 615-879-1952. The website, generatorsupercenterofnashville.com.
Looks like we've got some problems this morning on 40, the eastbound side. This is in Dixon, just before Centerville-Dixon Highway, exit 40. Make that exit 163. That's a crash. There is another crash on 40, the eastbound side, past Carthage-Gordonsville, exit 258. And then, of course, you've got lots of delays around the riverfront, lots of closures in that area for CMA Fest. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.637 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on in, and I want to say good morning to Steve Yates with the Heritage Foundation National Security Expert and our guest. I think, Steve, a lot of people were alarmed and quite frankly horrified at the news that these Chinese scientists arrested for allegedly trying to smuggle this dangerous fungus into the country, fusarium. And so I've got a lot of questions about this, but number one, it could destroy crops. Is there any indication that their intention was some sort of agro-terrorism?
Well, there's an initial report that gets into the communications on the devices of one of these two individuals that supposedly has a report that has in its title plant pathogen warfare. So who carries that kind of a report around on their phone? Who writes that kind of report? It's really kind of bread and butter People's Liberation Army coming from China. There's not a lot of others that get into that kind of deep research with a dark target. And so it does seem like in some ways our system worked in finding these two people, but in a lot of ways our system hasn't worked in that we've spent 25 years getting people to take their belt and shoes off at the airport, and somehow these guys were bringing a dangerous pathogen in their shoes.
Well, and you know, my concern, Steve, is that we've just spent 4 years with Joe Biden at the helm, and of course his incredibly inept administration. And so is there a fear that, you know, there's a lot of this kind of thing, this agro-terrorism that is already in this country?
Well, we have a lot to be concerned about. We've been fighting a battle in the states that has been trying to look at where land has been purchased by people with ties to the Chinese Communist Party. The initial reaction to a lot of that was people tried to use the race card. Frankly, the Chinese government tried to accuse us of being ethnically prejudiced against Chinese people, kind of ignoring the fact that there are millions and millions and millions of Chinese people in the world who don't have anything to do with the Communist Party, don't have anything to do with the People's Republic. But the use of land close to our sensitive sites, the purchase of sensitive things in our country, even students. We had students in the University of Florida that were picked up for gathering dangerous pathogens and trying to send them back to China for further development. And there's this weird lab out in California in 2022 that had all kinds of dangerous things in it, direct ties to the CCP. So there's sometimes a Sesame Street exercise of one of these things is not like the others, and it's China that seems to have brought us these weird things like COVID, fentanyl. It seems an awful lot like a biological, chemical attack on the United States, and really only one purpose, to hold us down and maybe dissuade us if there is an effort by them to take Taiwan or otherwise come after us.
Well, and you're right, and I have long spoken about Donald Trump trying to crack down on China, keep an eye on China. Of course, we all know about, their stealing of intellectual property and so forth. These two scientists, by the way, they say that the story goes that they were going to study at a University of Michigan lab. So is there a concern with the universities?
Absolutely. They've been far, far too permissive in the sort of forgiving interpretation that might be just assigned to that wonderful human quality known as greed, where research money comes in from overseas, whether it's students or older researchers. These were not two young lovebirds. These were kind of mid-career people that were bringing things in and would have relatively free access to an important lab. Our laboratories want to have kind of cutting-edge things done, but cutting-edge things can only be done when there's guardrails like rule of law, protection of intellectual property, ethics, respect for human dignity. These are all things that the Chinese Communist Party doesn't respect. That's how we have the global problems we do. And so I think our universities have been far too permissive of people coming from a system, and frankly, whether it's Homeland, education, but in a lot of our other institutions, we just have to recognize China is different under this leadership. In many ways, they behave as if they are at war with us in a certain way. We don't want to be at war with them, but we've got to start taking measures where we know that people coming from one particular country under this current government don't have our best interests at heart, and we can't allow them free access to sensitive things.
Well, the president has talked about canceling student visas at Harvard for people coming in from other countries and foreign student visas and so forth. Do you think that's the right answer? I mean, we were talking about this yesterday where, we literally are allowing these Chinese students to come in and we are educating them, and then some of them stay, some of them go. But I mean, ultimately, the question is, are we educating our enemy?
Well, we certainly aren't bringing them in for them to study gender theory and English literature and other kinds of things. They disproportionately are going into the hard sciences, engineering, and sometimes with just a little bit of follow-through on who did we invite in and who were they talking to, we find out that they're trying to take field trips to military bases or combing around different websites to gather information, all of which you'd sort of expect from a hostile intelligence service, but people somehow thought these were just ordinary researchers or students. And so I think part of this just has to begin at the beginning. We start with respecting sovereignty in our border. Second, we have to have more people asking real questions when there are folks coming from troubled geographies. Not every geography is of a concern, but we have to have priorities, and China really needs to be near the top of that priority list at this point.
How do we, and I'm gonna ask you this, and then I'm gonna have to take a very, very quick traffic break, but in a perfect world, if Steve Yates, national security experts with the Heritage Foundation, if you were in charge of dealing with China, what would we do? And we're going to talk about that coming up next. What would you do? We'll talk about that coming up next. 6:45, time to check the roads on WTN.
Riverfront, CMA Fast. Watch for road closures, including First Avenue between Broadway and Montbrand.
Partly cloudy today, a high of 89, 69 now, possible storms as well. All right, so Steve, let me ask you, President Trump is trying to weaken China through sanctions, not sanctions, but the tariffs, and that makes all the sense in the world. A weakened China is better for us, but, what is the best way to deal with China as it relates to the fentanyl coming across the southern border? We certainly saw a lot of that during the Biden administration. We could go down the road of COVID and the constant threat of viruses. Now we have this agro-terrorism situation we're dealing with. I mean, what's the best way to deal with them?
Well, first and foremost, I think we have to undo the unwise dependency. That it was a mistake for the United States and a lot of the world to become overly dependent by our own choice and doing on any one country in the world, but then for it to be the country that is the People's Republic of China, where there are no ethics, there is no transparency, there is no accountability, well, that's just begging for trouble. So I think the first key that I really like out of the Trump team, it has to be American renewal, American revival, but taking seriously our country, our borders, our jobs, our people, and get at our resources. And do that together with the true responsible stakeholders in the world, allies that are on board with us on investing in America, developing things that will run the world, but do it in a responsible way. And as we do that, the economic weight and strategic weight of that coalition just dwarfs what China is. In some ways, ignoring them and marginalizing them, leaving them behind, is the power play. Because we can, and our options for containing their malign influences will be better. But we still have to face them head on. I mean, really, when someone brings death into your family, as happened with COVID and fentanyl hit my family in particular, and, it can't take that as a light challenge. This is not a theoretical issue. If we had a device go off in a major city with 400,000 casualties, we'd be in a fundamentally different posture, and especially toward the country that was the source. And yet that's what happened in the Biden 4 years with fentanyl. And we can't play games that they didn't know. This is a government that goes after people with an unauthorized image of Winnie the Pooh as a political criticism of their leader. They know where the fentanyl's coming from. So I think that the administration is beginning at the start to reset what America is and who it's doing business with, but it has to also reset at the start. What are we ready to negotiate with China about, and where are we just going to leave them behind?
So trying to leave China behind, is India a good alternative?
Absolutely. I mean, we're going to have fits and starts there that for whatever reason they let a lot of Fabian socialism get into their culture, but they have a dynamic leader. It's Asia's other billion people. They are a democracy. And there's plenty of our supply chains that could move there. The world put trillions of dollars into China to make it this manufacturing hub for the world. It's not going to be free or easy to change those things, but the cost of lives we've lost just in this mistake in recent years, I think, proves that we have to make the change. India's there, but really we could do more in our own hemisphere, and maybe we'd get more responsible governments in our own backyard that would address everything from the migration flows, the sort of odd ties to radicals in the Middle East, but also encroachment by China, and we'd get those minerals, rare earths, and others that we need for our high-tech manufacturing economy to hum.
Steve Yates, national security expert with the Heritage Foundation. Appreciate you being with us. Real quickly, in the news this morning, Donald Trump is now apparently he's expanded his ban, people coming in from 19 countries from entering the United States. This was news yesterday, I think it was early evening and overnight. This is what the president says about why he's doing it.
The recent terror attack in Boulder, Colorado, has underscored the extreme dangers posed to our country by the entry of foreign nationals who are not properly vetted, as well as those who come here as temporary visitors and overstay their visas. We don't want them.
There seems to be an extension of what he did in the first administration. He's talking about nationals of Afghanistan, Chad, Congo, Equatorial Guinea, Antira, Haiti, Iran, Libya, Myanmar, Somalia, Sudan, and Yemen. A lot of these various countries we're all very familiar with. Was this a surprise to you?
Well, I think actually it is not a surprise in part because we've lived through this wave of very radicalized protests at universities and in our cities. It is very obviously not organic, and it is not also domestic American citizens that are at the core of it. There's a lot of international influence. This ties back into the universities having an open door for a huge percentage of foreign students. Some of that can be good, but percentage is a little out of whack. And what our authorities are learning is who are some of these people and where are they coming from when they are threatening violence against Americans, who are targeting Jews in very dangerous ways in our cities. We had a couple of people flat out assassinated in Washington, D.C.
Yep.
And so we're getting at what people are doing. And I think that helps protect the president against the slander that he's targeting an ethnicity or a religion. He's saying, look, people are coming from these places. They're in our country doing evil things. This is just like China and fentanyl and the bioterror stuff. If you do this, we will find you and we will start to block your entry into our country, because without sovereignty and protecting our citizens, why do we have a federal government?
All right, Steve Yates, great stuff from the Heritage Foundation. We'll have you on again real soon. Great analysis, and have a great rest of day. It is 6:51 on Nashville's Morning News. Joan Jones is back from vacation and has the news at 7. Joan.
Yeah, we've got the latest on President Trump resurrecting that travel ban, and also the new move that he's just taken against Harvard University. That's coming up here at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Dan Mendes here from my friends at Stoltzco. Stoltzco, a great Tennessee company that continues to grow and expand. Now, you know they build pole barns at Stoltzco, and that these pole barns, they can serve as a garage, an event space, equestrian building, even barn-dominiums. Yes, you can actually live in these barn-dominiums, these pole barns, and these days those barn-dominiums are new and improved from Stoltzco. They're now offering turnkey options with these barn-dominiums. Now, what that means is that they handle the design, the construction, and the amazing finishing touches as well. You turn the key and you are home thanks to Stoltzco. And now they also do offer storm shelters to keep you and your family safe. Check them out, Stoltzco, 615-622-5992. You can also find them on Instagram and Facebook to see examples of their incredible work around Middle Tennessee. And of course, their website, Stoltzco, Stoltzco.com. Dan Mandis here, 656 Renstall. Now listen, this is a great company, and if you own a European vehicle, maybe you own a BMW, an Audi, a Mercedes-Benz, a Porsche, any other European car, you want to get it maintained and serviced at Renstall. Now, they're in Nashville. They are committed to excellence, and they are driven to serve. I like to focus on one thing with Renstall. I mean, there's a lot of things to focus on. They are locally owned and operated, exclusively work on all European vehicles. This is dealer-level service, family-level care, and honest pricing. But they also offer the Hero Service Discount. Now, I didn't serve, but if you did, if you're a veteran, active duty military, first responders, emergency medical personnel, you are going to get a 10% discount on all repairs. So I look at that specific policy, I look at that specific discount, and that tells you all you need to know about Renstall. They also, by the way, offer complimentary shuttle service and free Uber rides as well, immediate appointments, and a quick turnaround. Now, folks from all across Middle Tennessee have been going to Renstall since I started doing these endorsements, and I got to tell you, I have not received one complaint about this terrific company. Conveniently located across the street from the Academy of Country Music, 5 minutes from Music Road, 2 minutes from downtown. I love the website. iTrustMyMechanic.com. iTrustMyMechanic.com. They are currently taking appointments. Tell them Dan told you to reach out always. 615-777-7100. 615-777-7100. iTrustMyMechanic.com. .658, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I don't know, Joan, is this breaking news? The headline is Biden insists I made the decisions as Republicans investigate the White House auto pen use. Today's date is the 5th, and this was published on Fox News just a few minutes ago, I guess.
But questions about that include...
Yes.
Why are they why are we not hearing Biden say that? Why do we not see Biden saying that? It's something that was a written statement.
Right. It was a written statement.
And we know anybody could have written that statement for him because that's what they've been doing.
I would like Joe Biden to name the 37 death row inmates that he commuted. He basically took them off of death row, right?
Yes.
And converted that to lifetime sentences. So I want to know those the names of those killers.
I like that.
Do you know what I mean?
Yes, I do.
Like just prove to us, Joe, that you are all there. So it is 7 o'clock. Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Well, good morning. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories, and we're sitting at 69 degrees right now with some clouds. And Stefano tells us there may be some thunderstorms later this afternoon. Stick around after the news. He'll have that forecast for us. President Trump resurrecting his travel bans, this time signing a sweeping order that blocks travel into the U.S. from nearly 20 countries, identified as high risk for terrorism, visa abuse, and failure to share security information.
The recent terror attack in Boulder, Colorado, has underscored the extreme dangers posed to our country by the entry of foreign nationals who are not properly vetted, as well as those who come here as temporary visitors and overstay their visas. We don't want them.
Yeah, and that Boulder case, that Egyptian man who's charged with setting fire to Israeli supporters, came in during the Biden administration and overstayed his work visa. His wife and children also overstayed their visas. A federal judge has blocked the deportation of that wife and kids, claiming they must have due process, and setting a hearing date for next Friday for them. A new move against Harvard University from President Trump.
President Trump is escalating his battle with Harvard University, saying he will now block international students from entering the U.S. to attend Harvard. He claims the school isn't providing enough information about its foreign students to the federal government amid concerns about anti-Semitism and anti-American activity.
ABC's Christiane Cordero. 90,000 people are expected to attend each day of CMA Fest, which starts this morning at 10:30. Chief John Drake saying there are no credible threats against CMA Fest, and they're constantly talking to festival organizers and other officials.
Right now, we just continue to monitor for any potential threats. We're monitoring the weather. We're asking for people to stay hydrated. And one of the new things is we don't want anyone to wander away from the people that they're with or a group. Especially if they've consumed too many beverages.
Hundreds of officers will patrol both sides of the river. They say if you see something, say something to Metro Police or CMA event staff so they can immediately respond and investigate. Market Numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
The Dow Jones on Wednesday snapped a four-day winning streak, slipping 92 points to close at 42,428. The Nasdaq gained 0.33%, while the Standard & Poor's 500 was up a fraction at the end of the trading day. Consumer goods giant Procter & Gamble says it plans to cut 7,000 jobs, or about 6% of its total workforce, over the next 2 years. The company says it also intends to pull out of some product categories. Video game lovers did some old-school line-sitting outside retailers selling Nintendo Switch 2, which launched at midnight. Pre-orders at Target sold out in a matter of hours, and supplies are expected to be tight until Nintendo catches up. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
No big changes on stock futures this morning. The Dow futures plus 33, NASDAQ futures plus 8. The S&P futures are up by 3. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Okay, gotta watch in Hermitage, Old Hickory Boulevard at Andrew Jackson Parkway. That is a crash right there in that intersection, causing a big delay. Dixon, a crash on 40, the eastbound lanes before Centerville Dixon, Highway 48. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
7:06 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 CNN. Headline right now, Trump orders DOJ to investigate Biden's actions and the use of that auto pen. Joan and I were just talking about this at the end of the last hour. This is from Fox News. Former President Joe Biden doubled down on his use of an auto pen Wednesday, insisting that he was in control of the White House during his term in office. Now, this was a statement. You know, Joan, I started thinking, because this was a statement.
Yes.
Do you think the statement was signed with an auto pen?
I think it was written by AutoPen.
Absolutely. I think
AutoPen
you're
has
right.
a life of its own.
Jill probably, like brought up Chat GPT or something and just, had the Chat GPT write it.
Wait, did you see the Happy Birthday Jilly yesterday?
Happy Birthday Jilly?
Yeah, you didn't see that tweet?
No.
Oh, Joe Biden. Joe Biden
sent out a tweet that says, Happy Birthday Jilly?
Jilly, yeah. Yeah, he sure did.
All right.
You got to look for it because it just
I will. I'll look for it.
The responses are what makes it all so funny.
Oh, I bet.
Oh,
because
yeah.
the responses are awesome.
Uh-huh.
All right. Jilley or just Y?
Y. Just
okay.
Y. Mm-hmm.
He probably doesn't remember what her name is, and he
Right.
thought that was close enough. Anyway. President Donald Trump ordering the investigation into Biden's administration, alleging that top officials used auto pen signatures to cover up the former president's cognitive decline. So Joe Biden says, I made the decisions about the pardons, executive orders, legislation and proclamations. Any suggestion that I didn't is ridiculous and false. Biden said in a statement, and I'm air quoting that. I think somebody obviously wrote this for him because, Joan, you're absolutely right. So I'm reasonably certain that if Joe Biden wanted to do an early morning hit on CNN or MSNBC with, Morning Joe, he probably could have done it. But as we all know, he doesn't get up before 1.
And then down again before 5.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
So I want to know why he is, because can I just tell you something? If somebody accused me of something that scurrilous, then I would be all over the place doing interview after interview after interview.
To prove him wrong.
So as I said, all right, Joe Biden, name one of the 37 people on death row who you commuted their sentences to life in prison. Name one and tell me their stories. And tell me the justification for taking them off of death row. And he can't because he doesn't know. He says this is nothing more than a distraction by Donald Trump and congressional Republicans who are working to push disastrous legislation and would cut essential programs like Medicaid and raise costs on American families, all to pay for tax breaks for the ultra wealthy and the big corporations. This statement by Joe Biden is just, it's basically all the typical talking points.
Mm-hmm.
Yesterday we were laughing about Chuck Schumer. Not yesterday, earlier in the program, Chuck Schumer, where, he literally has a sign, a placard, and it says that the big, beautiful bill is the People Will Die Act. I mean, just stop it already. And so Biden, it's clear that he doesn't have anything to say about this. Trump called on Attorney General Pam Bondi to open investigations into top Biden officials Wednesday, arguing they may have conspired to deceive the public about Joe Biden's mental state and exercise presidential authority through the use of auto pen. I mean, I believe that is absolutely right. And the reason why I am obviously so skeptical of this, and Joan, you are too, the first thing you said was the first thing I thought of, which is you're saying this in a statement. How do we know this is really you, Joe Biden? Trump writing in a memo on Wednesday. This is on Fox News, by the way. Trump wrote in a memo on Wednesday that the U.S. president has a tremendous amount of power and responsibility through his signature. Not only can the signature turn words into laws of the land, but it also appoints individuals to some of the highest positions in government, creates or eliminates national policies, and allows prisoners to go free. I would also be interested to know, okay, well then, let's have the conversation. Why did you pardon Anthony Fauci? Why did you pardon Mark Milley? I mean, tell us the justification. And he will tell you, I mean, they've got it, somehow emblazoned on his rapidly diminishing brain. Well, because I wanted to shield them from future prosecutions, political prosecutions from the Trump administration. I don't know about you, but that doesn't fly with me. It simply does not. Yeah, I hope they uncover something. I don't know if they will, but you've got so much evidence. Wow, did you see this breaking news, Joan?
What is it?
At least 20 city buses on fire in Philadelphia.
What?
Yeah, on CNN.
Oh, my goodness.
How now, they're empty buses. There's not people on the buses. It looks like they're in this big bus parking lot.
I
but
would
20
bet
are
that
on
there
fire.
is a strike of some sort going on there.
Oh, in Philadelphia, and so they decided the great union there decided to go ahead and just torch the buses.
I'm not certain of that, but it sounds like something that would happen
In Philadelphia with the unions?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Anyway, we'll keep you updated on that.
Yeah.
You know what? They're just wrapping this up. I think that Pam Bondi is going to probably find something. You know what it feels like, Joan? It feels like there's a lot of Democrats who want to talk about the Joe Biden situation. They want to talk about the fact that it was his staff who was really coming up with the legislation and signing it through AutoPen. I feel like there's people that really want to talk. Now, I don't know if this will have an impact on the Democrat Party because, I mean, let's face it, they're having all kinds of issues. I mean, no matter what Donald Trump does, their polling goes lower and lower and lower. And the stink of the Democrats, I mean, right now, the stink of the Democrats, I mean, it is huge. I mean, you've got the stink of anti-Semitism, right? You've got the stink of, allowing all of these illegal aliens into our country, the Democrat Party. You've now got the stink of them literally trying to save gang members from being deported to other countries. All of this, for the American people, it just stinks. And, of course, all the lies that we were told during the 4 years of the Biden administration, that's why I always say that I don't care what Donald Trump does. It's a heck of a lot better than what we would have gotten with Kamala Harris. Do I have concerns about the big, beautiful bill, the spending bill? I've got major concerns with that. I really do. But it's better than Joe Biden in a second term. It is better than Kamala Harris. We are right now in a far better position under, 5-6 months, almost 5.5 months of Donald Trump than we ever would have been with another 4 years under the Democrat regime. It is 7:15 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Time to check the roads. At 7:16, as far as your weather goes, a possibility of some storms later, nothing severe, partly cloudy right now, high of 89 today as well. And appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Wrapping up this whole AutoPen thing, because I think this is going to be a conversation that we're going to be having for literally years to come. Yes, I do believe that the AutoPen scandal, the Joe Biden cover-up, is a scandal for the ages. Obviously, clearly, much worse than Watergate ever was. But here is what Donald Trump wrote in this ordering of Pam Bondi to look into the AutoPen scandal. In recent months, it has become become increasingly apparent that former President Biden's aides abused the power of presidential signatures through the use of an AutoPen to conceal Biden's cognitive decline and assert Article 2 authority. The president wrote, "This conspiracy marks one of the most dangerous and concerning scandals in American history. The American public was purposefully shielded from discovering who wielded the executive power, all while Biden's signature was deployed across thousands of documents to effect radical policy shifts, and on it goes. And so we'll have to see where the whole thing goes. A lot of people we talked about this while you're on vacation, Joan, and a lot of people are very cynical
Oh, yeah.
about anything really happening, because how many times did we hear James Comer come on and he was talking about, the going after the Biden family crime syndicate, influence peddling, tax evasion, all those kind of stuff. All those kinds of things. We're not going after Hunter Biden. We're going after Joe Biden. And honestly, nothing really happened. And I don't know if anything's going to happen with this. I hope that it does. The one thing that I would say is that with the Biden auto pen scandal, maybe you agree with me, the Biden auto pen scandal, this is something that the American people, they watched with their own eyes as Joe Biden, cognitively was clearly slipping away. We all watched it with our own eyes. The Wall Street Journal reported on it. Eventually, the New York Times reported on it. The Washington Post reported on it. Jake Flippin Tapper is now reporting on the cover-up as well. So it seems to me, I believe that there's a lot of evidence with the scandal involving influence peddling. I thought that there was a lot of evidence. But here, there is concrete evidence that the American people saw with their own eyes. And the tape that's out there, the video that's out there, the audio that is out there, her interview is now out there as well. All of this is clear evidence that Joe Biden was not all there. And so I have more hope now that there will be something that comes of this. Now, I don't know what. I mean, my personal opinion is Joe Biden, I'm not wishing death on anyone, so, stop with the hate texting if you're about to. But I don't think that Joe Biden is long for this world. I just don't. So then if Joe Biden is not long for this world, okay, well then who do you go after? Do you go after, the people that were in his administration that were utilizing the auto pen to impact legislation? Do you somehow throw that, charge them and then throw them in jail? What will the end result of these investigations be? I think a lot of people want to see, okay, well then, if it's clear Biden didn't know what he was doing, well then, you know what? The pardons of Anthony Fauci, the pardons of Mark Milley, the pardons of all of these people are now invalid. I think that's also, part of the conversation is, okay, well then, to what end? Well, that would be the end. But I don't know. Again, we're going to have to see where this whole thing goes. 7:19, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, you can listen to us anywhere. Listen to us on the WTN app. Watch us on YouTube, which, by the way, Joan, I have it on pretty good authority. We're getting close to 9,000 subscribers or followers on the YouTube page.
Well, then.
I know. I mean, you know what? I can tell Joe Rogan is looking behind his shoulder on us.
Right. We are creeping up on him.
That's exactly right. I asked, let's see here.
We're creepy and I can't remember what it was.
Okay, so we've got 8,840 subscribers to YouTube. So, I don't know. Do you think we could get some sympathy subscribers to YouTube?
I'd like to see that up to 10,000 by, the weekend.
I would love to see that too.
Yeah.
Louie, do you subscribe on the YouTube? Watch this, Joan.
Yeah.
This is why Louie is gonna quit.
I subscribed.
Louie, you subscribe?
You subscribed?
You'll subscribe?
Yeah. Yep.
You have or you already have?
I already have.
Oh, look at you.
Did you get your family too?
Did you get your friends too?
Louie.
Come on, dude.
You got work to do.
But her counts as me.
Okay, very good. Well, we'll take the sympathy likes, just like in high school when you accepted sympathy dates. I don't know if you did that, Joan, but I certainly had a lot of sympathy dates. But
Dan, I was the head cheerleader.
You were not.
I was.
You were the head cheerleader?
I was the captain of the cheerleading team.
Oh, wow. Can you throw down a cheer?
No.
Oh, come on. Throw down a cheer.
No, I can't.
You know what?
Being put on the spot like that? No. And it's been a few years since I've been a cheerleader.
Joan, at 8:35, I want you to throw down a cheer. I want you to go back to your high school days, and I want you to throw down a cheer.
Okay. I'll give it some thought.
I'm not going to
I
make
might
you
have to
put
call
on
my
the
girls.
cheerleader outfit. I'm not going to ask you to do
Well,
that.
thanks.
But I do want to hear a cheer. You know, like 2, 4, 6, 8. Who do we appreciate?
Why do we need me? Like, you just did that perfectly. I'm going to get you some pom-poms.
Moving right along.
Yeah.
7:22. There's a lot of jokes I could say, and I'll just not. All right. It is. But anyway, watch us on YouTube, and you can watch us all day long on YouTube. People have told me they'll watch later on in the day if they want to check and see what they missed. So you can watch us on YouTube, listen on the WTN app as well. Go to 997WTN.com, and you can find all kinds of ways to listen to Nashville's morning news and Super Talk 99.7 WTN. A lot of people say, well, you know what? When I'm at work, I don't have a radio. You do have a radio. You know what it is?
It's in the palm of your hand.
It's your phone, people. Right. It's your phone. Can I be honest? I listen in the radio in my car, but like, you know where I get most of my listening done with Chris Hand? You know when I listen to Chris Hand?
When you're in the Starbucks after you're
Yes,
finished.
Joan.
I knew it.
I'm on my phone, and I'm either listening to the WTN app or I am watching on YouTube. So there you go.
That. Do you want to know what's going on with that fire in Philadelphia?
Yeah.
It's a lot where there's decommissioned buses. So these aren't buses that are serviceable right now.
Yeah, but how did 20 get end up on fire?
They said that one caught on fire, and who knows how that happened, right?
Yeah.
But then it caught the one next to it on fire. They're all pushed together in
It's
a
like
very
a domino
tight,
effect?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness
And
gracious.
yeah.
Okay.
So nobody was injured. Nobody was even there.
Yeah, but you blame the unions.
Well,
Joan, you blame the unions.
I was speculating.
Mm-hmm.
And who doesn't speculate among us?
Well, I'm guilty as charged.
Yeah.
All righty. No speculation, though. I happen to know for a fact that the news is coming up at 7:30.
It is. And we'll tell you that Israel has recovered the bodies of 2 more hostages, and they are an Israeli-American couple. Also, we've got the latest on the search for Zeke the zebra. All of that and more coming up here at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
$724 on WTN. Listen, if you're a business owner and you've got concrete floors that look terrible, they need some love. Check out my friends at Specialty Coatings. They can help your business look spectacular. You know, people walk in and there's always going to be a first impression. Make sure that your first impression is incredible with amazing floors from Specialty Coatings. They specialize in concrete floor coatings and polished concrete as well. They've been doing it for 30 years at Specialty Coatings. You've probably walked on some of their amazing concrete flooring. They've done work in all the major sports stadiums, arenas, convention centers as well. You know, just last year, Specialty Coatings in Nashville, they installed over 1 million square feet of coatings for businesses across Tennessee. Now, those buildings include, in addition to those sports stadiums, manufacturing warehouses, airplane hangars, retail, and so much more. Now, they're not some fly-by-night company, not a couple of guys that show up with a bucket and a roller. No, they've got the equipment and the skilled installers to do the job right, on time and on budget. So no matter how bad your floor looks, Specialty Coatings can fix it. And each project is customized to your building and your business. 615-591-9491 is the phone number, 615-591-9491. You can email them, sales@specialtycoat.com, sales@specialtycoat.com. The website, see examples of their work, specialtycoat.com. 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan Jones, and by the way, Joan, I think I figured out a way to ensure that we get to the 9,000 subscribers on YouTube.
Okay.
If we get to 9,000 subscribers, you will do a cheer from high school.
Oh, my gosh.
If we get to 9,000.
All right.
So we're like 140 off.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want to hear Joan Jones relive her glory days as head cheerleader in high school and hear her do a cheer, then go and like and subscribe to the YouTube channel. All right, got to go. 7:30 on WTN.
Good morning. Now at 7:30, I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. The bodies of two Israeli American hostages kidnapped by Hamas on October 7th have been recovered from southern Gaza. This happened during a military operation. Judy and Gadi Haggai, both in their 70s, were killed during the attack. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu thanked the soldiers and commanders involved in the operation and vowed to return all remaining hostages held in Gaza. Here in Nashville, it's day 5 in search of the missing zebra. Dakota Sullivan is with the Nashville Zoo. He reminds everyone that approaching the zebra is not a great idea. They are dangerous when scared.
Have to think in mind that this animal is not used to its surroundings. It's going to have a lot of stimuli such as dogs barking, cars, other things that are going to potentially set it off.
Yeah, and if you see Zeke the zebra, that was what his owners called him, call police. Something new for Costco fans. The popular store is testing out Scan and Go. That's that same checkout technology available now at Sam's Club. Scan and Go allows shoppers to scan items as they shop, pay for them in the app, and it eliminates the need to stop and check out with a cashier. You don't even need to show somebody a receipt at the door. BJ's recently introduced Express Pay. That's the one that allows customers to also pay in the app, but they have to show a QR code receipt at the door. Dow Jones Industrials, the futures right now are up 26 points. NASDAQ futures gaining 4. We've got the S&P futures up 2. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 7:33, Nashville's Morning News. Friends, Father's Day is coming up, and if the dad in your life has a dad bod that he would like to get rid of, help him out with a belly buster special from my friends at Contours for just $99. You can get him one right now, 615-236-9960. Call Contours, first 10 callers right now. Get that belly buster special for just $99. Maybe you don't want to do it for dad. Maybe you want to do it for yourself. Summer is coming. You're going to try to squeeze into that bathing suit. Help yourself out, help dad out with a belly buster special. Most folks lose at least 2 inches in the middle. I did, others have as well. Taking advantage of Contours' red light technology, it is not only incredibly unique, but also effective. Now, folks have been coming from all across Middle Tennessee to check them out. You can go to their website and see how their belly buster therapy featuring red light technology actually works. Remember, first 10 callers right now gets the Belly Buster Special Session, $99, 615-236-9960, 615-236-9960, ContoursLLC.com. Dan Mandis here at 735. I've been telling you for years about United Structural Systems. They are experts in waterproofing, concrete leveling, and foundation repair. Now, this is a company that I've used many times, a great company, and I proudly endorse them because they do great work and their prices are fair. Now, they're not going to charge you for any unnecessary repairs at USS. You don't pay a dime until the work is done and you are a satisfied customer. They're experts in waterproofing, concrete leveling, and foundation repair. When it rains, you got to go down into that basement or crawl space. Check out, see if there is any water, any moisture. If there is, you've got to get some waterproofing help from United Structural Systems. Now, they do crawl space waterproofing, basement wall stabilization, and foundation repair. We guarantee our best. Call USS 615-488-7855, 615-488-7855, USSTN.com.
Okay, in Dixon, now this accident has been around all morning long, or at least for the past hour. 40 eastbound before Centerville-Dixon, Highway exit 48. That is a crash that takes out the right lane, and it's pretty slow going, approaching that spot. Joelton, 24 eastbound side past White's Creek Pike. There's a crash there as well. In Lebanon, an accident 40 eastbound near I-840. And then another one in Smyrna. This is on the westbound side of 24, right at Sam Ridley Parkway, exit 66, and the left shoulder is blocked off by that one. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All right, so I've got this great idea, Joan.
Yeah.
This is how we are going to build subscribers on YouTube.
Okay.
Because you used to be a cheerleader.
Oh, gosh.
Give me an S.
S.
Give me a U.
U.
All right, we're done. I think you get the idea, though. And so if you want Joan to do an entire cheer, then we need to get to 9,000 subscribers on YouTube, and I want to do it by the end of the show.
Oh, my gosh.
I do, and that's a pretty big, But there's like thousands of people listening right now. I mean, I don't mean to brag, but there's a lot of people listening.
And if they just called one of their friends or maybe their kid and said, hey, do me a favor and subscribe.
What a great idea, Joan.
Right?
Even if you don't ever want to watch, just subscribe. It'd make me look really good. And I need all the help I can get.
It's all about the host.
It is all about.
Yes.
It is all. That's exactly right,
yes,
Joan.
Yes, it is.
It's all about the host. Mm-hmm. So anyway, and we're almost to 9,000, so that is very exciting. And we've been, trying our best to, build the social media and all that kind of stuff. And so watch us on YouTube. Listen anywhere you want via the WTN app. A lot of people talking about the iHeartRadio app as well. Whatever. There's a lot of different ways to listen to the radio broadcast. And again, if you want Joan Jones to do an entire cheer like she used to do as head cheerleader in high school, then we got to get to 9,000 YouTube subscribers by 9 o'clock. The other thing, Joan, is I just want bragging rights. Yeah. I don't want it to happen during Chris Hand's show.
Oh, that's right.
I mean, we'd never get him to shut up.
Does he have fewer subscribers?
Well, it's not fewer. It's everybody goes to the same place.
Oh, I see.
Everybody goes to the same channel. You ever watch us on YouTube, Joan?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, so we...
But I didn't know if you could measure subscribers per show.
No, you cannot do that. No, you can't do that. But I can tell you a lot of people watch Chris. A lot of people certainly watch us in the afternoon as well. Yeah. We all do incredibly well. So do us a favor and like and subscribe on YouTube. All right. So I don't know if you've been watching the our new developments headline. Vladimir Putin will respond to Ukraine's drone attacks. And we'll just have to wait and see what kind of response that is. We did a great interview on that. I think it was yesterday about the possibility that Vladimir Putin may go nuclear, literally, on this situation. We'll have to wait and see what happens. If you want to hear that interview, we did podcast it. Check out my podcast page, On Demand Audio, 997WTN.com. Big news today, though, watching various media outlets. They're all talking about what Donald Trump did last night and yesterday, signing an executive order banning people from 19 countries from entering the United States. And the president laid out his reasoning why.
The recent terror attack in Boulder, Colorado, has underscored the extreme dangers posed to our country by the entry of foreign nationals who are not properly vetted, as well as those who come here as temporary visitors and overstay their visas. We don't want them.
And when you look at the people that he is banning, the countries that these folks are from, it makes all the sense in the world why the president would say,
we don't want them.
We don't want them. Now, again, all day long, you're going to see and hear the hue and cry from people on the left. Oh, it's racist, and the exasperated screams of, racism and the rest of that nonsense. But the reality is that the person who burned those Israel supporters, he had overstayed his visa. And that is a big problem, is that we have people coming in on visas and they overstay. They overstay their welcome. So what President Trump is saying is, why are we granting visas to people from these godforsaken countries when they come in here, they stay here even after their visa expires, and they're doing horrific things. And it is a big problem. We've all known that it is a big problem. Now, what nations are impacted? If you're from Afghanistan, Chad, Congo, Equatorial Guinea, Eritrea, which is apparently a country in Africa, Haiti, Iran, Libya, Myanmar, Somalia, Sudan, Yemen, will all be barred from entering the United States under the new order, which goes into effect, unfortunately, June 9th. It should be in order or go into effect today. But it makes sense because those nations are riddled with people that hate America. And they're also riddled with terrorism and terrorists. Citizens of Burundi, Cuba, Laos, Sierra Leone, Togo, Turkmenistan, and Venezuela, they will be partially restricted from traveling, removing access to all immigrant visas and several non-immigrant travel options as well. Basically, what they need to do is they need to reevaluate the entire visa system. That's what they really need to do. Because, and I said all this in the 5 o'clock hour, what they really need to do is they need to figure out a way where if we can't hunt these people down once those visas expire, or if we don't want to spend the resources, we don't have the resources to hunt them down after their visas expire, then you know what we need to do? We need to just reevaluate the entire visa program.
In the 21st century, we've seen one terror attack after another carried out by foreign visa overstayers from dangerous places all over the world. And thanks to Biden's open door policies, today there are millions and millions of these illegals who should not be in our country.
I mean, the president's right. We all know 5 of the 9/11 terrorists, they were on overstayed visas. And again, the guy that attacked the Israel supporters in Boulder, Colorado, he had overstayed his visa. And there was a study done years ago, and it showed that foreign-born Islamic terrorists, many of them here on expired visas, and that this visa program has been riddled with issues for years and years. They come here and, they do it the right way using proper visas, but then they never leave. And part of the dynamic here is that they come here using the proper visas, but they know that they're going to stay beyond the expiring of the visas, and they count on us not being able to track them down. That has got to stop. Now, Donald Trump talks about Europe, and this is going to be a strong indication as to what the president is trying to avoid. Details straight ahead at 7:45. Time to check the roads on WTN. Today, partly cloudy, a high of 89. Storms possible later. Nothing severe right now. 71 for CMA Fest here at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So I've been talking about President Trump and how he wants to extend the banning of some of these folks. It was the travel ban that he did in his first administration. He signed it back in during his, I think it was day one of his second administration, reinstating his travel ban, and now he is extending it. And I do believe that this makes all the sense in the world. Basically, he's saying if you're from these countries riddled with American hatred, riddled with terrorism or terrorists, well, then we don't need you here. We don't want you here. There's no benefit to us for having you here. And I was talking to a guy named Steve Yates earlier, a great conversation. If we haven't podcasted it, we should, and we will. But he's from the Heritage Foundation, and he was talking about how for, decades, we have let people into our country utilizing the visa program that is extraordinarily flawed. And we got people that are staying here that are committing crimes, like the guy, the terrorist in Boulder, Colorado. Back in 1993, we knew it was an issue when there was a guy who overstayed his business visa, and he ultimately ended up killing 2 CIA employees. And Steve Yates even mentioned that. And so it's common knowledge that the 9/11 Commission, after the horrific day of September 11th, the 9/11 Commission even said, multiple studies have said that we just don't have the ability to track people once they are here and enforce any kind of visa policy that mandates that they go home when the visa expires. That's why Donald Trump is warning that we're not going to be Europe.
In my first term, my powerful travel restrictions were one of our most successful policies, and they were a key part of preventing major foreign terror attacks on American soil. We will not let what happened in Europe happen to America.
You know what happened in Europe? It is a classic study. It is a case study. It is a masterclass study in what not to do with immigration. Muslims have invaded Europe. Muslims have said they are going to take over Europe, and they're committing crimes. They have called for a jihad against the West. And obviously, what that means is that they want Sharia law and the rest of that. You've got groomer gangs in Europe, and especially in the UK, where these Muslims, they sexually exploit small children. And if you say anything, and we've talked about this forever. If you say anything against the groomer gangs in the UK, you get banned from social media. Some people have even been arrested. There's some people in the Democrat Party who believe that Europe is what we should strive to be, which is absolutely ridiculous. Donald Trump says no, we will not become Europe, and his extended travel ban will keep us from becoming Europe, which is an absolute train wreck.
That's why on my first day back in office, I directed the Secretary of State to perform a security review of high-risk regions and make recommendations for where restrictions should be imposed. Among the national security threats their analysis considered are the large-scale presence of terrorists, failure to cooperate on visa security, inability to verify travelers' identities, inadequate record-keeping of criminal histories, and persistently high rates of illegal visa overstays, and other things. Very simply, we cannot have open migration from any country where we cannot safely and reliably vet and screen those who seek to enter the United States.
Yeah, that is what President Trump wants to do. It all makes sense. A lot of these countries we simply cannot trust for whatever reason. They either lack the ability or the willingness to share who these people are. So, for example, if somebody wants to come in from Afghanistan, do you really think the government, the Taliban, do you really think the Taliban that is running Afghanistan if we're trying to vet someone who wants to come in here on a visa, do you really think the Taliban's going to be honest and tell us who that person is? Let me give you a clue. No, they're not. They're not going to be honest, or they have no idea. We know that there are sleeper cells right now in our country. The 9/11 hijackers, they came into our country. 5 of them, again, were on expired visas, and they were just waiting for the call. And we've got all kinds of people just like that in our country right now. You also never know when they're going to snap. So I love what the president is doing. I really do. Some of these countries, by the way, have also refused to take back their criminals. So to me, it seems to make all the sense in the world. Let's cut out the middle part and just stop accepting them.
That is why today I am signing a new executive order placing travel restrictions on countries including Yemen, Somalia, Haiti, Libya, and numerous others. The strength of the restrictions we're applying depends on the severity of the threat posed. The list is subject to revision based on whether material improvements are made, and likewise, new countries can be added as threats emerge around the world. But we will not allow people to enter our country who wish to do us harm, and nothing will stop us from keeping America safe. Thank you very much.
All right. By the way, Bill on the super text line, NPR called President Trump a radical racist last night for that travel ban to the United States. Well, that's why he's trying to defund NPR, which is, of course, being blocked by a judge. It is 7:52 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Like and subscribe to the YouTube page if you would. We are, I don't know, maybe 120 away from 9,000 subscribers to YouTube. Watch us, watch Nashville's Morning News anytime you want. You know, you watch the first 2 hours and then you listen on the radio for a half hour, then you go into work. You can always catch the last 90 minutes or whatever you missed on the YouTube channel. So subscribe. Find us on YouTube, like, and subscribe. It is 7:53. Joan, I'm trying to get to 9,000.
So that I do a cheer.
So that Joan Jones, if we get to 9,000, former head cheerleader in high school, Joan Jones, will actually do a high school cheer. So we want to get to 9,000.
It's really embarrassing.
Oh no, you're gonna crush it, Joan. You're gonna crush it. You're gonna be great.
Yeah.
But only if we get to 9,000.
Okay.
All right.
Where are we?
I don't know. I'm trying to get the numbers.
Okay.
So yeah, keep me posted, folks, as to how many subscribers we have.
Mm-hmm.
I can't actually look at the channel myself because then I see myself.
Oh yeah.
And I start noticing.
And it's distracting for yourself.
All of my incredible flaws. Are right there for everybody to see. So, no, I rarely, if ever, actually watch the... do you know what's so funny? I don't know if I've liked and subscribed.
Oh.
Because I hate watching myself.
Dan.
I know. I'm going to go do it right now. Joan Jones, what's up?
Well, you can't go there. The road closures that may catch you by surprise today. And also, yes, that steak is costing you more. We're going to tell you what's behind that coming up here at 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
$7:55, Nashville's Morning News. Dan Mandis here for my buddy Dr. Horn and all the professionals at Vision for Life. Now, getting vision correction surgery, it truly is life-changing. Now, you know that I did it at Vision for Life, had a great experience. Like many of you, I thought about the vision surgeries, and I really thought that they were all the same. I thought that everything regarding vision correction was just LASIK. But after doing my research, I learned that Vision for Life, they offer a variety of advanced procedures tailored to each patient's unique needs. Now, Dr. Horn doesn't just restore your vision. He restores your confidence and your freedom. Freedom from glasses, contacts, and yes, those pesky struggles like driving at night and reading small print. I remember all of that. And these days, I'm a lot more confident and I don't need glasses thanks to Dr. Horn. Check him out. He can do the same thing for you. 615-436-2020. 615-436-2020. You can find them online anytime. Visionforlife.com. $7:59, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. I want to tell you about my friends at DT McCall's, a great Tennessee company that is here for their fellow Tennesseans and have been for over 100 years. Great prices, great selection, and outstanding value. I've been telling you for years about DT McCall's. They've been helping people out 3 generations, and if you need it, they've got it. Indoor furniture. If you've got a room to fill, go to DT McCall's. It doesn't matter the room. They've got the furniture to fill it. Of course, you know all about their lawn mowers and outdoor lawn equipment, appliances. Listen, friends, if it plugs in, they've got it, and they've always got specials that are going to save you money on appliances. Right there on the front page of their website, they've got all kinds of specials, great prices on the best brands of appliances, washer and dryer sets, dishwashers, and a whole lot more. DT McCall's, listen, you buy it, they're going to deliver it for free and haul away the old stuff. 5 locations across Middle Tennessee, Carthage, Cookeville, Lebanon, Lafayette, and Franklin, always online, dtmccalls.com.
morning. It's now 8 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. There are several crashes to tell you about this morning. It's on the first one on Dixon, 40, the eastbound lanes before Centerville, Dixon, Highway 48. The crash there still blocking, but now just the right shoulder. It's been moved over, still causing a big delay. Southbound on 65 in Talbot's Corner, an accident takes out two right lanes right before Trinity Lane. And then on Sam Ridley Parkway, the westbound side at Motlow College Boulevard, there is stop-and-go traffic ahead of an accident there. More to come right after the news. Nashville CMA Fest begins this morning, and you'll want to be aware of some road closures there. Today, crews will shut down parts of John Lewis Way and Demonbreun Street, and they'll reopen by 7 o'clock tonight. Then they'll close for the same period tomorrow. By the way, rain is expected today with some thunderstorms moving through, but umbrellas aren't welcome at most venues. Ponchos are the option here. If there's lightning, the shows will pause for 30 minutes. Also, guns are not welcome during the CMA Fest. Metro Police Chief John Drake.
Don't let potential thieves ruin your day. That happens anytime you have big crowds in any city. Your safety is a top priority of ours.
Yeah, hundreds of police officers and Red Frogs will be keeping things safe for CMA Fest partiers. Tennessee U.S. Senator Marsha Blackburn introducing a new bill that would make it a federal crime to dox ICE and Homeland Security agents. Now, this comes as a federal investigation is underway into Nashville Mayor Freddie O'Connell's actions during recent ICE operations. Channel 4's Alexandria Adams.
The mayor signed an executive order to track all ICE interactions happening across the city of Nashville, and that led to several agents' names being shared on the Metro website. Well, the mayor saying that the names have since been removed, and the city is now working on safeguards to make sure that does not happen again.
Senator Blackburn says having their names posted by O'Connell put the agents' lives at risk. If it feels like you're paying so much more for steaks for grilling this summer, there's a good reason. There's not enough cattle farming in the U.S. That's according to Nate Rempe. He's the CEO of Omaha Steaks.
The number of head of cattle in the United States is at a low really not seen since the 1950s. In fact, it's wild. 86.7 million herd now in the U.S. Back in 1952 is about 88 million. So that supply pressure is really putting a lot of upward pressure on price.
He was speaking on Fox Business. Now, the U.S. imports a large amount of meat from Canada and Mexico. Those are two countries affected by recent trade changes. Now, Rempe thinks that ranchers will start growing their herds, and by late next year, prices will come back down. Market Numbers now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. President Trump calling on Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell to lower interest rates after a dismal jobs report yesterday. Companies added just 37,000 jobs in May. President Trump on Truth Social said, "Too late, Powell," that's what he calls them, "just now lower the rate. Europe has lowered 9 times. Well, in fact, just moments ago, the European Central Bank announced a 25 basis point interest rate trim. Powell has not signaled that he'll listen to the president. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Okay, again, it's in Dixon, 40 the eastbound side before Centerville Dixon. It's a crash that takes out the right shoulder. Talbot's Corner, 65 southbound at Trinity Lane, the right exit lane blocked off to exit 87. You've got Almaville, a crash on I-840 at Almaville Road, and then another one in Smyrna on Sam Ridley Parkway, the westbound side at Motlow College Boulevard. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
I can't believe this. It's shocking. Joan, you know what's going on?
What's going on?
I have actually heard from one of your high school classmates, and they have a recording of your days as a high school cheerleader.
Yeah.
It's stunning. Yes.
E-L-G-S-E-S, Eagles!
Too easy.
Yeah.
Who didn't see that one coming?
From a mile away.
From a mile away.
Yes.
Joan, we're at 8,950 subscribers.
No way.
We are 50 subscribers away from Joan Jones having to relive her glory days as a high school cheerleader doing a cheer at the end of this radio broadcast.
That some people have actually said on the super text line that they've unsubscribed to help me so that I wouldn't have to face that kind of embarrassment.
Listen, I'll cheer along with you. I'll go ahead and do it. You want to hear me cheer?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll go ahead and cheer as well. If we just get to 9,000 subscribers on YouTube, that's what I would love. I want to see that.
I've got one for you from John at 2174. He said, "Tell Dan, rock'em sock'em zim boom bang. I couldn't really give a dang."
Okay, that's funny. Actually,
that qualifies as a cheer.
But by the way, one person I've lost track because everybody's hammering the line.
Yeah.
Asking if you would be wearing your cheerleader outfit.
I know. People. It's more than 35 years ago.
I'm just asking a question. Actually, the person was just asking a question.
Sure.
It wasn't me texting in so that you would see it.
Right.
Wasn't me.
Uh-huh.
All right, moving right along.
Now I know.
So anyway, also listen to us on the iHeartRadio app, the WTN app as well. I mean, we're basically anywhere and everywhere you can listen or watch. We are there. But I'm trying to get to 9,000 YouTube subscribers. And if you would help us out this morning, that would be very much appreciated. There is actually some serious news. Apparently, President Trump and President Xi Jinping from China, apparently they're talking.
Oh.
Like literally, that's what CNN is reporting, is that they are now talking amid stalled tariff discussions. So we'll have to see. I would like President Trump, by the way, to bring up the whole agro-terrorism thing. It's like, hey, Xi Jinping, can you keep your damn fungus out of our country? I really liked what the guy was, Steve Yates. We talked to him in the 6 o'clock hour. But I really liked what he had to say. He's like a defense expert in these kinds of things, and a national defense. And what he says, and please go check out the interview. We're going to podcast it because basically we America and the world, we have created China. That is what is so frustrating, is that we created the mess that we are currently in. Because we as a nation and we as a world continue to depend on China for all kinds of things. And so a weakened China is a good thing. You know, I talked about this yesterday, where you got all of these, nervous Nellies out there who are saying, oh, China, we're going to lose in a tariff war with China. And I'm like, you know what? Making China weaker is a good thing. And I did ask Steve Yates, I said, all right, so is India a good alternative to China? And he said, absolutely. But what we really need to do is be able to do more things here at home. And so, I don't know, we'll have to wait and see what happens. But realize that over the past several weeks or months, we have had the we've had the media just clamoring, asking the same question over and over again. Have you, President Trump, spoken to Xi Jinping yourself? Well, apparently that conversation is happening right now, and we'll have to see what happens. All right. Where do I want to go? Marsha Blackburn. This is what I want to do. Marsha Blackburn has now introduced a bill to make doxing a federal law enforcement agent a crime. Can I be honest? I'm actually a little surprised it wasn't already a crime, an actual crime. But doxing falls under like other criminal codes, so they don't actually have doxing itself as an actual crime. Well, that's all going to change if Marsha Blackburn has anything to do about it. This is what she says on Twitter. And again, she has introduced a bill to make doxing a federal law enforcement agent a crime. She says on X, at a time when violence against these men and women, ICE agents, is higher than ever, we cannot let radical left-wing politicians get away with releasing this information for criminal gangs to see. Now, you'd no doubt remember this piece of audio from a real piece of you-know-what, threatening ICE agents in San Diego.
We'll start fighting back, then what y'all gonna do? Y'all gonna shoot every American? When we start fighting back, what y'all gonna do? Y'all gonna shoot Americans then? Because that's what we gonna start doing. We're gonna start fighting back. God shame, all y'all should put a bullet in your heads. Doing Trump's work, every single one of y'all put a bullet in your head. Yeah, I said it, what?
Yeah, I said it, what? Well, you know what? They should have put handcuffs on him because he did threaten. But, you know, people that belligerent, I don't think they care. You know, some of these radicals, some of these nut jobs on the left, they do see it as a badge of honor when they get arrested. But anyway, from the Daily Mail, individuals in violation of the measure, if it were to become law, would be fined, imprisoned for up to 5 years, or both. I love that. Blackburn's introduction of the Protecting Law Enforcement from Doxing Act follows, of course, as we've all talked about, the Metro Nashville government's Office of New Americans, i.e. Mayor O'Connell's office, publishing the names of federal law enforcement officials and their interactions with local law enforcement and emergency services is mandated by an executive order approved by Mayor Freddie O'Connell. Blackburn said her Protecting Law Enforcement from Doxing Act will hold blue city mayors accountable for obstructing enforcement of our immigration laws by putting law enforcement officers in harm's way. Now, the Department of Homeland Security says that officers have faced a 413% spike in assaults. That is horrifying. Got a lot more on this. Did you hear what Hakeem Jeffries said the other day about just this? We'll talk about that straight ahead. It is 8:15, time to check the roads on WTN. As far as the weather goes, partly cloudy today and a high of 89. And we have some possibility of some storms later. You said 75 degrees, Louie? 75 degrees at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So talking about what Marsha Blackburn, Senator Blackburn wants to do, Protecting Law Enforcement from Doxing Act. I don't know, Joan, what's the over-under on Democrats actually voting for this bill?
Oh, come on.
Exactly.
I feel like, you know, great. It's a nice thing to do, but it was just, this is performance art in Congress once again.
Mm-hmm. Here's the deal, and this is part of what Marsha Blackburn wants to do, is she wants to make it illegal. Here's the thing, though. Like, shouldn't it be illegal to dox anyone?
It should be. Absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, if you are anyone, I mean, you could be a radio host, you could be an actor, you could be an actress, you could be, somebody at, Walmart who says the wrong thing and some jackhole wants to dox you because, you are wearing a, MAGA shirt or a MAGA hat and somebody decides that they want to, put you on the radar, they can dox you. And apparently that's not specifically a crime.
Right.
So I would say if we're going to do this, let's make doxing, period, a crime. And this is obviously, doxing is the thing that the left does. What they're basically doing is they're basically putting the illegal aliens and the gang members and the criminals, their lives above the lives of law enforcement when they dox ICE agents. And, you're talking about Freddie O'Connell, the mayor of Nashville, Hakeem Jeffries, the House minority leader. This is what he had to say. This was earlier this week.
Every single ICE agent who's engaged in this aggressive overreach and are trying to hide their identities from the American people will be unsuccessful in doing that. This is America. This is not the Soviet Union. We're not behind the Iron Curtain. This is not the 1930s. And every single one of them, no matter what it takes, no matter how long it takes, will, of course, be identified.
So he, of course, once again complaining about the fact that they're wearing masks. And we've covered this extensively. The reason why they have to wear masks is because they are being doxxed and they are being threatened. Marsha Blackburn, blue city mayors are doing everything they can to obstruct the Trump administration's efforts to deport criminal illegal aliens. Again, criminal illegal aliens, or as the left calls them, migrants. Now, what I do find is hysterical. There's this dude named Bill Kristol. I consider him a Democrat operative. I don't know if he's actually, have you ever heard of Bill Kristol?
Oh, yeah.
Is he actually a Republican or is he a Democrat?
Well,
For some
no,
reason.
Yeah, he had been a Republican and now he's questionable at best.
Okay, so he's one of those anti-Trump Republicans.
Oh, yes.
All right. So he's a Democrat.
Mm-hmm.
So he was on CNN. This is such a ridiculous statement. I want you to listen to what Bill Kristol on CNN had to say about what Marsha Blackburn, senator, wants to do.
We're so concerned about their safety. They have to wear masks. I grew up in New York City, 40,000 cops, extremely dangerous circumstances. None of them wear masks except in extremely rare occasions when they were going after some gang leader who might have relatives who go after them. If they didn't, ICE agents have functioned in this country, they didn't wear masks. They shouldn't wear masks. It's total nonsense. And it's for intimidation. It's not really for their protection. It's ridiculous.
All right. So he says, when I was growing up in New York, Bill Kristol is 72 years old.
Yeah.
He is 72 years old. So, Bill, when you were growing up in the 60s, there was no internet. There was no there was no such thing as doxing. And the left wasn't nearly as rabid or radical as they are now. So Bill Kristol, I don't know him. His name sounds I think Murphy Show had him on. I think. I could be wrong.
He used to be on Fox all the time.
I think he's local. I think he's here in Tennessee somewhere.
Oh.
But he's clearly adult. Clearly adult.
We're so concerned about their safety. They have to wear masks. I grew up in New York City, 40,000 cops, extremely dangerous circumstances. None of them wear masks except in extremely rare occasions when they're...
You're an idiot. Bill Kristol, you are officially an idiot. You're 72, dude. So when he was growing up, that's like 60s and early 70s, right? Anyway.
He is the founder of the Weekly Standard magazine.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
he was substantial on the political scene for a long time, but he's just made a joke of himself.
Until Donald Trump came in and obliterated swamp dwellers like Bill Kristol. I did like what Border Czar Tom Homan has to say about what's been going on against these ICE agents and the threats, because he makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, the assaults on ICE officers are high. The doxing of ICE officers are at an all-time high. And people always complain, some of you here say, why are they wearing masks? Because they're trying to protect themselves and their families. They got a dangerous job to do, and they're being doxxed every day across this country. I've experienced myself 100 times, but I'm willing to take that because of the position I hold. And, we're not running a popularity contest. We're trying to enforce the laws enacted by Congress, doing it in a smart, effective way. So, yeah, the results are up, but it won't be tolerated. We've already shown you put a hands on an ICE officer, you can be prosecuted to the highest extent of the law. So we're not playing with that with any threats against ICE officers. Doxing, we're going to look at doxing. We're going to take action on that also.
All right, so people want to know what doxing is. I explained this bazillions of times. Basically what doxing is it comes in a number of different forms. But basically, if there's somebody that you don't like, then you publish their address, you publish, I don't know, maybe their phone number, you publish the addresses or what have you of their family members. There's different levels of doxing, but that's basically what doxing is. So in this case, it'd be like with Bill Kristol, right? I'm going to give you an example. So if I thought that Bill Kristol was an idiot, which I believe that he is, then I would say, well, he lives at this address, and this is where he works, and this is his office, and this is his home phone. I would never, Joan, in a million years, dream of doing that. Never in a million years.
It's cruel.
It is absolutely cruel. And this is something that clearly the left does. This is part of what they do. But even my archest of enemies, which I have a few, I wouldn't dream of doing that to them. I just wouldn't. And they would do it to me, I'm sure, but because this is something that the left does, not the right, although maybe some people on the right have done this. But to be perfectly honest, I like what Senator Marsha Blackburn is doing. I would like it if it was expanded to everyone. We do have existing, by the way, state laws that could be violated with doxing. Like the question was, why isn't doxing already against the law? It kind of is, not specifically, but existing state laws are violated, like harassment, stalking, that kind of thing. But there is no specific doxing law. So now that this has been introduced, we'll have to see what happens. All right, it is 8:23 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. We are oh so close to, oh my goodness, Joan Jones.
Uh-oh.
We are at 8,970. We are 30 likes and subscribes away on our YouTube feed to getting 9,000. And if we get to 9,000, then we get to hear a cheer from Joan Jones.
E-S, Eagles! I know how to spell Eagles,
I bet you were
folks.
better as a cheerleader than that, actually.
I-
But so like us and subscribe on YouTube. Find us, go into YouTube, search bar 997WTN.com or Supertalk 997 and like and subscribe and watch us. 8:24, Joan, what's coming up?
So making your way around Nashville for the next few days could be kind of tough. And what does one Tennessee congressman think about the big, beautiful bill? We've got that and more coming up here at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
$8.25 on WTN. Dan Mandis here. Loan Pronto. Listen, if you're maxed out on credit cards, you're struggling with high interest debt, you could pay it all off in days with Loan Pronto's Rapid Equity Loan. Indeed, Dan Mandis here. Get cash out right now without touching your low rate first mortgage. No appraisals, no waiting, and no BS. The Rapid Equity Loan program at Loan Pronto, it is amazing. Now, one Loan Pronto client just got $300,000 approved in under 24 hours. They paid off their debt, they renovated their kitchen, and cut their monthly expenses by $1,800. That, my friends, is a huge turnaround. Now, Loan Pronto, instant approvals, low rates, and no hard credit pull up front. Now, your home equity is yours, and you have every right to use it. Get cash to consolidate your debt down to one easy low monthly payment. Find them online, loanpronto.com, to get that instant appraisal for your home and see how much you can get today. Loan Pronto is A-plus rated by the BBB, and they've got nearly 2,500 five-star Google reviews. Their service is off the charts. LoanPronto.com, LoanPronto.com, 615-499-5780. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781, on approved credit, NMLS, consumeraccess.org. Brentwood Jewelry. Father's Day is coming up, folks. It's, June 15th, right? Father's Day is on June 15th. So if you're stuck with what to get Dad for Father's Day, well, let me tell you something. Brentwood Jewelry is here to bail you out. Watches, cufflinks, money clips. If it's jewelry for Dad, they can help you out at Brentwood Jewelry. I've gone there a number of different times for gifts for Amy. You need a gift for like a birthday, graduation, anniversary, whatever. They've got necklaces, bracelets, rings, and earrings. You name it, Brentwood Jewelry has it. Great selection, fair pricing as well. They've got jewelry for every budget. The other thing that I like about Brentwood Jewelry is they do repair for jewelry and watch repairs as well. So if you have, I don't know, an old piece of jewelry that needs to be repaired, you've got a watch that has stopped working, Brentwood Jewelry can help you out as well. This is one of my favorite advertisers. One of the reasons why you walk into Brentwood Jewelry, man, they've got flags all over the store. They love America, they love Tennessee, and they'd love your business. They deserve your business. Exceptional style, exceptional deals every day. For over 50 years, Brentwood Jewelry, 7012 Church Street East, located in the heart of Brentwood, just off Franklin Road. Online, BrentwoodJewelry.com.
Good morning. It's now 8:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. As CMA Fest gets underway here, just some reminders that there are shelters all around the downtown area in case of bad weather, and we are expecting some. So listen up right after the news, and Stefano will have the forecast. Red Frogs will be stationed along the Cumberland River. There will be patrol boats to help keep partiers safe. Now, you can expect road closures around town during CMA Fest. There's more, too. We've got road closures beginning today for the Great Tennessee Air Show. That'll get set up around the Smyrna Airport. Roadshow closures get underway at 11:30 this morning. They'll end on Sunday at 5, and you'll get a break from them each day after 5 p.m. All eastbound traffic along Sam Ridley Parkway is being redirected to Lowry Street, and all westbound traffic gets redirected to Nissan Drive. Drivers along Jefferson Pike they've been asked to use Interstate 840 to Interstate 24 or to go to Lowry Street as an option. And tonight, there may be some traffic delays again because Vice President J.D. Vance will be in town for a fundraiser. He's scheduled to arrive at BNA this evening and depart after the event. He'll deliver remarks along with U.S. Senators Marsha Blackburn and Bill Hagerty. The Congressional Budget Office has scored President Trump's big, beautiful bill as adding nearly $2.5 trillion to the national debt. But Congressman Tim Burchett still calls that bill a step in the right direction. He did so on WTN's Matt Murphy show yesterday.
You got a train coming down the tracks at you, and it needs to be going the other direction. It has got to eventually slow down and stop at some point before it can go the other direction.
Burchett says the national debt was increased by $1 trillion every 100 days. So he said this bill slows it down to every 6 years. That's the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
8:33 on Super Talk. Joan.
Uh-oh.
Get your pom-poms ready.
Oh, no. Did we do it?
We're so close.
Yeah. Okay.
Chris, do you know what we're doing?
I heard, and now that I'm here, you can continue liking and subscribing. I'll take the glory and the win.
No.
No, it didn't happen until I showed up.
Oh, man. You can send him back out the door.
All I'm saying is facts matter.
Whatever. All right. By the way, somebody said if I give them a hey, remember that whole thing?
Yeah.
Oh, how could we forget?
Yes, that he would go ahead and like and subscribe. So, you ready? Hey.
And that was a live hey.
That was a live hey.
Yeah.
That's right. I can replicate it like the Rolling Stones can do, like Start Me Up over and over again the same way.
Let's go. It's not the one we have in the can.
No, it's not. All right, 8:34 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. You know, my upstairs bathtub literally has holes in it. It is really ugly. It needs a lot of work. Well, my friends at Zentex, they're going to help me out. They're going to help you out as well. If you've got a bathtub that needs work, they've been in business since 2001. They are here to help you. Now, they can remodel. I didn't even know you could do this, like remodel bathtubs and showers and stuff. You can with Zentex. They can remodel your shower, your bathtub. They can even convert your bathtub into a walk-in shower. There was a time when we thought my mom was going to come live with us, and of course she was elderly at the time, and we talked about doing this, converting that upstairs bathtub into a walk-in shower because it really does help the older folks. Now, these types of home improvements, they can increase the value of your home, and Zentex can have it wrapped up in a day. Zentex is an award-winning company that offers lifetime limited warranties for both their products and installation. You can make your bathroom safer with that walk-in shower, complete with grab bars and a bench seat. It is a great way, again, to help the older folks in your life who need that assist and that support. So fix, remodel, and convert your tub into a shower today with Zentex. That phone number, tell them Dan told you to reach out. Always important. 629-258-7747. 629-258-7747. A great deal going on right now. You mentioned my name, WTN. You get $1,750 off or no interest for 24 months, whichever works best for you. You also mentioned WTN and no payments for 2 years. Zintex, Zentex.com. 8:37 on WTN. Dan Mandis here. Listen, if you own a BMW, an Audi, Mercedes-Benz, a Porsche, any European car, I've got great news for you. There's a terrific place to get it serviced and repaired, Renstall. Now, this is a newer company, but this is dealer-level service, but family-level care, honest pricing as well. I think when you think about Renstall, what I think about is integrity. Because they've got honest pricing. It's not a corporate mindset. It is a family business wanting to help out our neighbors and our friends in Nashville by delivering honesty, respect, and exceptional service. So if you own a European car and you want to take your car to a place that you can trust, I suggest Renstall. Now, they proudly offer the Heroes Service Discount. Veterans, active duty military, first responders, and emergency medical personnel. Y'all get a 10% discount on all repairs courtesy of Renstall. Conveniently located across the street from the Academy of Country Music, 5 minutes from Music Row, 2 minutes from downtown. They are accepting appointments right now. That phone number is 615-777-7100, 615-777-7100. The website, check them out, itrustmymechanic.com, itrustmymechanic.com.
Wow, that long-running crash on 40 eastbound in Dixon. It's before Centerville-Dixon Highway 48, and it's off to the right shoulder now, but there's a lot of folks looking at that accident this morning, and it's causing a big delay. Porter Heights, Stratford Avenue at Porter Road. Watch for a crash there. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
$8:39, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan Jones, at last check, we are 10 away.
Oh, my goodness.
10 away. If we can get 10 more.
Let the record show that I'm going to officially ask for 10 more subscribers right now.
I'm going to throw something at you.
Can we get that? Can we mark the tape?
So
I am officially asking for 10 people.
I'm asking too.
But I got it first. For the
10 people who, if you can go and like and subscribe to the YouTube page, watch us, like us, and subscribe. If we can get to that 9,000 by the end of this radio segment, then we're going to hear Joan Jones.
E-L-G-S-E-S, Eagle!
Joan is going to relive her days as the head cheerleader of her school. Now, you know what's so funny, though? Like, and this is not a knock on you, Joan.
Yeah.
Let the record show I may step in it in the next 30 seconds.
I can't wait.
Joan, you seem too nice to be a lead cheerleader.
You think you have to be mean to be a lead cheerleader?
Well, the cheerleaders that I knew in high school, you
Well-
know, they wouldn't talk to me.
Well,
There may have been a reason for that, but, you know. Joan, were you a mean girl in high school?
No, I was not.
Do you think personalities change from high school to adulthood?
Yeah, isn't it like every 7 years your personality
different
evolves?
person.
Yeah.
Really? So
the girls that were the mean girls to me in high school have since apologized for being mean.
Really?
Yeah, I had that experience. Yeah.
That's kind of cool. I had somebody. It's funny. I had somebody apologize to me too. I was picked on in high school.
That's funny. I've done some apologizing.
I bet you have. I bet you have.
I'm just kidding.
You still okay? Of the, this is kind of funny. Of the three of us, who would you see as a high school bully? I would be willing to bet that Chris Hand would be widely seen, and it's not a knock, Chris. Obviously,
I've heard that before. This isn't a knock. This is a terrible thing to say about you, but it's not a knock.
Not a knock, but
But you're a great guy now.
That's great. Thanks, Dan.
What did you say, Joan? So I will tell you, when somebody apologized to me
Yeah.
for picking on me in high school, do you know, I actually said, you really were an arse.
You said that?
I did. I said, you really were an a-hole. And
Wow.
this was somebody who was really mean. I was a like a freshman, underclassman, freshman, sophomore. And this dude was a senior, and for whatever reason, he chose to target me. One time he actually pushed in the middle of class, he pushed my desk over, and I went flying.
Aw.
I mean, yeah. I mean, this is what this guy did.
Yeah.
So, I whatever. So he did apologize to me, and I said, you really weren't a jerk. And he said, I know, but I'm apologizing now because he said it bothered me the second I did it, and it's been with me all this time. And this was
I feel like girls are more forgiving, though.
I forgave him because it's the Christian thing to do.
Right. But you told him he was an arse before you did that.
Well, yeah, I had to make him sweat a little bit, and then I slashed his tires. All right.
Attaboy.
What did you do? Did you just automatically forgive?
Yeah, hug it out right away. Oh, it's okay,
By the way, we're now at 9,003.
You're welcome.
Oh, man.
Thank you so much, Chris. So you know what happens now? We get to hear
ELG.
we get to hear Joan Jones do a high school cheer.
Can we just say the highlight of this is that we get to roll out the Philadelphia mayor one more time?
Or many times?
I think you really like that.
I do. It's one of my faves.
So what did I say that I was going to do? I did my hey live. So I've already publicly embarrassed myself, and I do that pretty much every morning, whether I mean to or not. But you want to go ahead, and Chris, you want to do a cheer as well from your high school days?
No.
Okay. Good. All right, Joan, you're on your own.
I also embarrass myself daily when it comes to pronouncing names and places.
All right, so Joan, I know that you've been preparing for this because we were at 9,003, and by the way, all of the
you people.
Oh wow, we're at 9,050.
Let's go again. I just want to say thank you. You could say thank you. You're welcome.
We're at 9,000. So all right, so go ahead, Joan. Let's hear a cheer.
So this is, so I've also brought along some of my friends to help me. Ready?
Okay.
Here we go. We touchdowns, go Mustangs. We want touchdowns, go Mustangs.
Nailed it.
You did. You crushed it.
I also posted a picture on my Twitter page.
Oh.
Of me and some of the other girls.
I think Joan just broke the internet.
Oh,
people are
going to. Are you going? Okay, Chris is going to. I'll go.
Joan P. Jones on X.
Yeah.
Joan P. Jones on X. I gotta go see Joan P. Jones on X. Wait, could this be considered like harassment? Because we're talking about Joan and her. Oh
yeah. So I just have to go down the hall to the HR
all I
office.
have to say is that those skirts were way too short for regulation in high school. Is all I'm going to say. That
was that was the football uniforms. It was cold in New Jersey.
All right. Imagine. Well, describe it. I can't. Oh, okay. Which one are you? Wait, let me see if I can guess.
You have to guess.
Let me see if I can guess which one is Joan Jones. Go find Joan P. Jones.
Yeah. This is Mainline Regional High School in Linwood, New Jersey.
All the way to the left. All the way to the left.
Second from the left.
Second from the left.
I was a co-captain. Look at the uniforms.
Second from the left.
Second from the left.
Whoa. I thought you said you were the captain.
Actually,
now
you did.
All of a sudden we're having
interesting.
Now we're having revisionist history. Now
I was
that
a captain.
You're the co-captain.
I'm the co-captain.
Who is a bigger revisionist of history? Joan Jones or Cringe Jean Pierre? I think Joan just flipped me off. That in and of itself is worth the price of liking and subscribing to the YouTube page.
And if you were watching on YouTube, you saw Joan do the high leg kick during the cheer.
Yeah.
Thank you, Joan. Although I'm going to be honest with you, Joan, I expected a little more enthusiasm in the cheer.
Yeah, there wasn't much team spirit.
There really wasn't much team spirit.
It was very low.
We want touchdowns. Go Mustangs.
You know what's so funny is the way that you were speaking, it sounds kind of like Hakeem Jeffries. And the way that he...
Never.
If Hakeem Jeffries
associate me and
was
Hakeem Jeffries.
He's the co-captain.
Yeah. Was Hakeem? Is there any truth to the rumor that Hakeem Jeffries was actually the captain and you were the second in charge there?
No, there's no truth to that.
Was there really only 6 of you for cheerleading?
No, that was just
okay.
that was just the seniors on the squad.
Joan bullied everybody else out of the picture.
Yeah, actually, the reason that I'm not in the center of that picture with the other girl who's wearing the white sweater is because that other girl that's in between us bullied me.
Really?
What?
Yes.
Was she the apologizer?
No, she was
Apologizer?
not. She's never apologized.
Let's put her on blast. Maybe we can reach out and
let's
get that
dox her. Let's
get that
dox her
apology.
before it's illegal.
Yeah, she's not a federal agent, right?
Not that I know of.
Perfect. Then we're good to go, guys.
Moving right along. All right, so we were going to do a couple of things here, but we clearly had way too much fun with Joan.
We've missed you, Joan.
Thank you.
Yes, we have missed you.
Thanks
we
for the
love
big
Jay.
welcome back.
But-
Jeez.
By the way, if the program director is listening, he actually said to me yesterday that we needed to increase streaming and viewing on the YouTube and all that. So, Mr. Program Director, you're welcome.
All it took was Chris Hand getting in here at 8:35.
Again, I'm going to throw something at you. All right, we've got to talk about this Sydney Sweeney story.
Yes. Have you heard about this? So I didn't even know who she was. You know who she is?
Yes. I mean, yeah, I do. So if you ever watch the Rolling Stones video for Angry, she is the one writhing on the car.
Oh.
Yes.
I've never seen it.
You know what? It'll change your life. Anyway, so she's also an actress, and she's, well endowed as well. I'm not sure why I'm stuttering
Well
over
said.
that. Thank
Yeah.
you. So she's doing something bizarre. And by the way, many people say that she's actually a conservative. Her parents are conservative.
Really?
Yeah, and
They
she's
must
doing
be so
something.
proud.
Well, there's definitely some conservative aspects to this initiative.
Very entrepreneurial.
But I've been sitting on this story because I wanted Joan to be here.
Yes.
We need a female perspective.
Okay.
Yep.
So last Thursday, there's a soap company called Dr. Squatch,
Oh my gosh.
and they took to social media to announce new limited edition soap that is infused with Sydney Sweeney's actual used bathwater.
No. Please
So now
don't
you
tell
understand.
me
Now you
that.
understand where the conservation comes in because they're repurposing the bathwater. Is this okay? Is this
the
okay to
most
do?
disgusting thing I've ever heard.
Open free market. Free market.
Free market. That's what we're
Listen. Also, yeah, you're repurposing bathwater. I can't think of a better thing to make the leftists happy.
Okay, then you're going to buy some and use it?
I wouldn't use it. Are you kidding? I wouldn't soil Sydney Sweeney's bathwater with my own. Put my body in that holy water. Are you kidding?
I think so. I wonder how long it takes to turn bathwater into soap, and if the turnaround time is available, would anybody buy Dan's bathwater soap at our next event?
Oh, yeah.
Coming up on the 17th, because we know that you're a bath aficionado. I would be willing to bet there's a couple people out there that might like some Mandis bathwater soap.
If they do, I'm worried, and I don't want them to come to the event. That is actually very funny. And, my bathwater, when I'm done with it, it smells amazing because I've got bath bombs and I've got, salts and everything. It's really nice.
All the fragrances and the dyes.
Absolutely. I get out of the bath and Amy always says, "Oh, you smell so good." So,
Goodness,
yeah.
Dan.
And then you just
What?
waste it.
I do. I let it out of the bathtub. I could be selling it.
We could make some money on this.
I really could. By the way, I was
disturbing.
I was really trying to move on from the whole Dan takes baths thing.
Oh.
So thank you for bringing it up yet again.
I didn't know we weren't talking about that anymore.
Yeah, well, I was. Apparently, we are.
Is there anything else from the past that we are not allowed to discuss any longer?
Let's see here. I don't know.
We'll do it off air.
Probably a lot. Yeah.
Yeah.
The product, by the way, is called Sydney's Bathwater Bliss, and so there you go.
There is a weird segment of the male population, like guys that are willing to buy this are way off.
They are like that is. But that is weird. What's weird is that guys will actually buy it. They'll actually buy it. So
You remember Goop? Who was Goop? That was
oh, I forget. I know
What's
who you're
her
talking
name?
about.
Yeah,
she
Gwyneth
was.
Paltrow.
Yeah.
What'd she have? She had Goop.
She has Goop. She has some like sexual wellness products
Yep.
that involve
You know, when I think sexual wellness, I think Gwyneth Paltrow.
yes.
All
And
right.
so she makes a ton of money off of that stuff.
She does.
Maybe
and
she's onto
can't.
something.
It's so weird, and bizarre. We can't even talk about it.
Yeah.
Like she sells candles that are fragrance
Scented,
like
right.
her private parts.
Yeah.
Gwyneth Paltrow does?
Yeah.
You didn't know this?
Oh, suddenly he's got some Googling to do.
Yeah.
Gotta go. Joan, what's coming up?
Well, we've got some storms moving in, and it's CMA Fest time. We've got an update here on what's going to happen weather-wise coming up in the news here at 9 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Dan Mandis here, and yes, summer is approaching, and you want to be active. You want to go out, have fun, but if you're sidelined with chronic back, neck, and knee pain, you've got to go to my guy, Dr. Kevin Mitchell, and the Wellness Institute of Nashville. Now, he's been helping so many people across Middle Tennessee. He can help you as well. He did help me. They're experts in spinal decompression therapy. It does work. No pills, surgery, or injections. And right now, a great deal for the month of June. You know, they charged Donald Trump with 34 felonies, not one of them stuck. But at the Wellness Institute of Nashville, we're going to turn that 34 into something positive. It is the presidential special. For just $34, you can get your initial consultation, x-rays, and that very first treatment for only $34. That starts you on your road to a healthier life. Call them, tell them Dan told you to reach out. 615-246-5009, 615-246-5009, painisbad.com.
As president
A lot of people interested in buying Mandis soap.
Yeah, a lot of people want to buy my soap, do they?
7936 said that they would call it Essence of Mandis with a hint of slippery elm.
There you go.
And then
Absolutely.
3560 went a step further, and they'd say, I'd even buy Dan's feet pics.
Oh.
You should do that, Dan. Get that money.
That's
feet pics?
just gross.
How often do you get pedicures?
Oh.
Joan.
I do.
He's about to throw it down.
Like once a month.
Moving right along. I'm not in the feet pics business.
Uh-huh.
At least not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Time to get you in a chair, mister.
Moving right along. What do you got coming up?
Well, we're going to talk about Cringe Jean Pierre. We'll talk about the Trump travel ban 2.0. And we'll also talk about the big, beautiful blunder that is happening in D.C.
All right.